colleagues, I know you're all eager to get started, so please grab a seat. For the people who are still standing up in the back, such as Christophe. There are a few more seats in the front row so that you can hear us from close up. Welcome everybody to the launch event of the 25th edition of social policy in the European Union. Le bilan social in its nice and abbreviated wording in French. It is this time of the year that you see a smiling director of the research department of the ETUI, that would be me, namely when this book came off the shelves, and it still smells new, it's still warm. It was printed, I think Geraldine will say, on Friday or something like that. Very recent, all this, and that makes me very happy. It's a festive book. Indeed, it's the 25th time that the European Social Observatory and the European Trade Union Institute collaborated on this book. Of course, most of the work is done by the OSE, and then our colleagues in the Communications and Publications Department do a wonderful job in getting it done on time, and this time even in the 2 language versions for the launch event. And I must say that that is quite extraordinary. So thank you, colleagues at the OSE and at ETUI for making this possible. A timely book. When I was looking through it again in the last 2-3 days, I also realized, and I realize again, how fast, of course, everything is changing. Some of these chapters have been written months ago, weeks ago, and many of them would already need an update because so many things are happening at such a high speed. But that's, of course, also why we gather here today to provide and to make that state of play of social Europe together. So I'll be extremely short in my introduction. That was it, actually. Just to thank everybody again for making it here, for getting this book on the shelf. And it's also funny, I must say, that for me to see for the first time since 15 years, my name is not on the cover, and it feels, it's strange, and it's quite a relief also. So thank you for taking over and doing such a fantastic job at it. I'll immediately hand over now to my successor at the OSE, Slavina Spasova, who is the director, and then we will continue with Klaus Michael Steil and Francesco Corti, whom I believe is still biking on his way here. So Klaus Michael, that may give you a little bit more time to speak. We shall see about that. Slavina, the floor is yours, please.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a real pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the European Social Observatory, and especially on behalf of my 2 co-editors, Dalila Gailani and Sebastiano Sabato, who is, by the way, the lead editor. He replaced Bart of this 25th edition of the book. And many, many thanks to the ETUI, to Bart, for a smooth collaboration process. And I'm really delighted to see a full room, many familiar faces, and I'm excited that we will have a full-day conference today. And having a full-day conference presenting all the chapters of this 25th edition is, for us, quite special and meaningful for 2 reasons. And the first one is, well, the last time this conference took place as a full-day event was on the 12th of March 2020. And Bart will say, oh, Slavina, you are still very much obsessed with details and dates. Hello, Francesco. But, well, I believe that many of us, many of you who were in Belgium back then remember that day, because in the evening, the national lockdown due to the pandemic was announced. And I still remember 5 years ago, participants in the conference, they were saying, well, I have to leave urgently, my country closed the border. So basically, the conference back then was the last in-person event for the months ahead. And what followed, we all remember, were months of hardship, But it was also a salient moment for the EU, which showed an unprecedented solidarity and capacity to act in times of crisis. Major instruments like Next Generation EU, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the SURE mechanism, which is disappearing, were launched. And they were not only economic tools, but also symbols of European solidarity. And by the way, we analyzed them in previous editions of the book. And the second reason why this conference feels so special and meaningful is the institutional context, the similar institutional context and the serious challenges Europe faces again 5 years later. We are once again at the start of a new Commission, and once again, the challenges are serious, including for social Europe. 5 years ago, when the first von der Leyen Commission took office with a bold social agenda, and also we remember Commissioner Schmidt, many of us thought, well, they won't make it. Will they really deliver even half of it? You know, we discussed this, Bart, in March 2020, April 2020. But looking back now, we and the authors of this volume, we can definitely say, yes, they did deliver, and in some areas they even exceeded the expectation. Let's think, for instance, of directives on adequate minimum wages, on-paid transparency, the regulation of platform work, and several other initiatives. And again, many of these were analyzed in previous editions of this book. And yet very serious challenges, social challenges in the EU persist. Moreover, and importantly, over the past 5 years, war has returned to Europe's borders, and major, we know, recent political shifts beyond the Atlantic somehow reignite the debates on EU's defense and its role in global stability. Meanwhile, also we all know that economic competitiveness has emerged as a central paradigm in discussions about the EU's future. And so the crucial question is to be discussed with academics today, with policymakers and with you, the audience. Can the EU balance security and competitiveness without sidelining its social commitments and more broadly its social model? So this is why today's conference feels important. We will talk about both the past and the future of social Europe, and the 5 past years and the future past years. And thank you very much for being here. And now back to Bart, who will present the speakers.
Thank you, Slavina, and also for reminding us indeed of that last time when we gathered for a full day with all of us on the 20th of March 2020. I also remember that at the end of that conference, Philippe Pochet, I don't know, Philippe, if you're here, if he's here, no, who was then our general director at the ETUI, said, tomorrow we will wake up in a different world and it will never be the same. And I think many of us like, Philippe, are exaggerating a bit, and he was absolutely right, as it sometimes happened with Philippe. All right, I don't know, Francesco, if you still need to take a breath after your intense bike ride, or you are ready to go for it. You're ready? So Francesco, many of you still remember him as European advisor of Minister Frank van den Broeke in the previous Belgian government, and he's now, of course, working in the cabinet of the European Commission Vice Prime Minister for Social Rights, Skills, Quality Jobs, and Preparedness. Francesco, the floor is yours for 9 minutes, please.
Yes, thanks a lot, Bart, thanks a lot, Lavina, thanks a lot, Dalila, Sebastiano, and the OSE and the ETUI for this annual occasion, which is a breath, an intellectual moment of reflecting and thinking. To a certain extent, Lavina, when I was preparing for today, I was thinking about our couple of days in Tübingen with Philippe von Parijs, and I was so happy to see that the first chapter of the book was opened with some philosophical reflection on what is the place of social Europe in a commission that is competitiveness and defense driven. And this reflection is of utmost importance, especially and even more if you are in a cabinet. You need to think why and what kind of policies you want to put in place in a time where you are under pressure. And to a certain extent, I do think that the situation between 2019 and 2020 and the situation that we have today, 2024, 2025, is exactly the same. We are in an emergency-driven politics. Now, the emergency-driven politics that kind of shaped von der Leyen I, and we will discuss with Paul Copeland later on we will reflect on his very nice chapter. He was clearly pushing us to rediscover the fundamental role of the welfare state in granting stability, stability in terms of social stability. Can you imagine if the unemployment rate in Europe would have raised as skyrocketing as in the US in 2020 without a short-term unemployment scheme? But it's also economic stability. Can you imagine if companies, businesses had to completely dismiss their labor force, losing human capital and skilled labor, that they would have to rehire immediately after the pandemic? And this political stability, can you imagine the consequences of economic and social unrest in terms of democratic legitimacy? So the reaction to the pandemic, and I really stress reaction to the pandemic, was to a certain extent very much in line with what today we call the revamp of social Europe, or the continuation of social Europe after Juncker. And so the question that Philippe von Parijs put in the first chapter of the Bilan of this year are of utmost importance. What's the role of social Europe vis-à-vis war and vis-à-vis competitiveness? How can we justify and place our social ambition vis-à-vis these two challenges with two biggest horizontal challenges in mind: migration and climate change? That all of a sudden, migration was the hype in 2015, climate change was the hype to a certain extent in 2019, but these challenges, they do remain, they have not disappeared. Now, I think that putting ourselves in a why question, as we would say in academia, is of utmost importance if we do not want to end up in simply reacting. And I was very happy that to a certain extent the first chapter was open with a reference to Friedrich Hayek. Because of course, we need to think about what kind of inter or federal organization or inter-state federation the EU wants to be, and which place for social and employment policies. Now, in these days, with students of the ULB, we are discussing the foundation of the Economic and Monetary Union. And when I take the textbook of the Grove on an optimum currency area, we have two factors that are necessary in order to have an EMU: labor mobility and wage flexibility or wage adjustment. If you do not have these two elements, well, you may not be so willing to enter in a monetary union. Then, in principle, we do not have neither nor. Thanks God on wage flexibility, and on labor mobility, let's say language barriers and cultural preferences are still there. Now, this poses the question what to do. What are the key political priorities? And it may be strange that I wanted really to start from a little bit of a broader why question, because I do strongly think that whatever the Commission will present should have some foundations in the why we have to do something. Now, competitiveness. How can we have, an old master of mine said one time, how can we have external competitiveness without internal solidarity? He mutuated this from Jacques Delors, but I think he spelled out in his usual clear way. How can we talk about competitiveness if we do lose the social fabric that is at the basis and the foundation of the economic, social, and political stability? Now, whenever we talk about competitiveness, we talk about deepening the single market. And if we just go back 30 years, and that's also what emerges in all discussion with the students in this day, the Economic and Monetary Union started with the single market. And the idea to complete the 4 freedoms. And together with that, there was the Charter of Fundamental of Social Rights of Workers. The idea was that if we deepen the single market, we must also deepen social integration. It's a functional rationale, but it's also a normative aspiration of the type of union we want to live in. And this is the core reason why we do strongly believe that one of the political priorities in the next mandate is to work on a fair labor mobility package. It looked old-fashioned. It looked we have not finished yet the 2016 labor mobility package because we are still negotiating the 883 regulation. But this is the real essence, regulation number 3 of the European Economic Community was exactly about coordination of social security system. Now, what should be part of a fair labor mobility package? The EVP has indicated 4 pillars. The first one is obvious, is the strengthening of the European Labour Authority. We have one of the brightest inventions during the Juncker Commission. The European Labour Authority, we have a banking union, we have Europol. The European Labour Authority should exactly look into this direction. The European Labour Authority is key in order to enforce all what is the provision on labour mobility. When it comes to joint and concerted inspection, the evidence shows that this is of absolutely need to combating fraud, to combat social dumping, to ensure fair competition between businesses. European Labour Authority is now under evaluation. The evaluation will come soon, but it already points to the need to look at the mandate of the authority. Looking at the mandate of the authority means also empowering the authority to access to personal data in order to do risk assessment in terms of joint and concerted inspection. It means, second pillar, digitalization. We all talk about simplification. Simplification is simply not deregulation. We can simplify by means of digital tools. It's not a silver bullet, digital tools. It costs to public administration. If you think about the countries that invested enormously on systems like Limosa in order to be able to detect who is coming, entering, providing services in the country, we need to respect national competence, but we need to build on the best example, in order to invest in a system whereby digitalization support public administration in access to data, interoperability. We were last week at ESIP, and we were discussing about the good cooperation example that we have between the National Social Security Institute in Italy and France in exchange of data to track what happens with people benefiting on unemployment across countries. Third pillar is the posting of third country nationals, and I'm happy to see Hervé Verschuren in the room, who has published an absolutely outstanding article looking at the ruling of the Court of Justice. This article has been the basis for a large number of member states that has written to the Commission in order to regulate a phenomenon that is reality. 25% of the posted workers today are from outside the EU. 25%. In long and complex subcontracting chain, this poses a problem to National Labour Inspector, Social Security Inspectorate, in order to indeed intervene, detect what are possible fraud. We need to harmonize the different system when it comes to work permit, residence permit, if we want to have a serious labor mobility policies. We should be able to answer to questions like, are the workers generally posted or just employed for cross-border work? Are the sending companies legitimate or mere letterboard companies? How or who should be entitled to check the document? The host member states, the sending member states? And the fourth pillar of this labor mobility package is obviously tackling abusive subcontracting. This is a demand that is coming from different parts, from the business sector, from the unions, We have a revision of the public procurement directive that is obviously competence of Monsieur Séjourné. We should cooperate and work together in a way that we prevent long and complex subcontracting chain. We go below the third tier levels of subcontracting. We extend the subcontracting to non-core functions. We have to look at this seriously, because all the legitimation argument, all the deepening of the single market, all the competitiveness we want to do will not happen without internal solidarity. And this internal solidarity is first and foremost visible in one of the most traditional competences of the European Union, which is labor mobility. So I will close it here because you may have expected me to address obviously the quality jobs roadmap that will come at the end of the year together with the support of the social partners. But since we have an eminent representative, I thought that I should have been listening to the input of the social partners. We have launched the Union of Skills, but this is also what you could read. So I thought it could have been nice to focus my presentation of today on something that is of extreme relevance in times of competitiveness priority, in times of war. Times of war, and I conclude, means that today 80% of the workers posted from third country nationals in Poland are Ukrainians. This is absolutely key that we welcome and we support Ukrainian. It means that it is going to change our labor market. In an inspection 2 weeks ago, and I closed in Belgium, in Schaerbeek, the labor inspector was supposed to find only Romanian workers. Large part of the workers were from Ukraine, or from Brazil, or from Bosnia. Free flows via Slovenia, Portugal, and Poland that obviously call us on defending, protecting worker rights, and at the same time ensuring fair competition. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francesco, for providing that introduction, strengthening the European Labour Authority, digitalization. I note that simplification is not deregulation. As Mikael, I don't know if you want to comment on that. Posted workers, and then especially, Francesco, you mentioned the initiative on the revision of the public procurement directives, which is perhaps, at least in our view, one of the flagship initiatives under this, in the social field, under the new European Commission, even though it may not seem so at first sight. All right, I'm going to give the floor to Klaus Michael Steil, my dear colleague from the ETUC, Deputy General Secretary, also in charge of trade, I think. And so I believe that you will not be able to do otherwise than refer to what is happening across the Atlantic. The floor is yours, Klaus Michael, 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Bart, and thanks also for the invitation to frame the discussion as I was asked to do. And I do think it's important to understand that we are at very dramatic times. I think we're in a quite dark place. And it all started, I would say, about a month ago with the American Vice President visiting Munich and essentially ending the security setting, the defense order that we've lived in since the end of the war. Very dramatic in itself, which was then followed up by the events in the White House, as you all saw probably on television with Zelensky. Ending essentially all trust that was there. So there is no going back, there's no retreating in that sense. Yesterday, we saw the second pillar of the post-war constructions that we've had globally falling apart with the tariffs that Donald Trump introduced. So we are at very dramatic times, and we are still trying to understand what this actually means in practice. So we should have no illusion that things are just running around and being as normal. And I disagree with you there. I think that it's not business as usual like 5 years ago. I don't think that you said that.
Not exactly.
No, exactly. But I want us to be very clear, and I think that's an important setting for also discussing social affairs going forward, that this is this is the setting, and I think you know this very well from within the Commission, that it was a serious situation before, but now I think it's even more so. But it's not only the institutional setting of the European Union that is changing, it's also the social embeddedness of the social dimension itself. And of course you have politics always moves in cycles. So the 1990s was a very social period. We had the Barroso years, was a not very social period. Then we went back with Juncker and the social pillar, and we have now had almost 10 years of prosperous times for all of us in this room, which I assume are friends of social Europe. But we are now at the turning point. That's clear, and that's also what Francesco so clearly talked about. I think it's also important at this stage to be a little bit, I shouldn't say self-critical, but also reflect a bit. So when we had the social pillar introduced, I was very much involved in that, in the Gothenburg summit, and it was also, and it was primarily an instrument to fight back the far right and the right-wing populists across Europe. That was the intention of the social pillar, to show people that Europe is also a social place. And we've had a lot of good instruments. We've had the minimum wage directive, we've had a number of initiatives, and the platforms directive, and so on. But looking forward now, it's pretty not a lot on the horizon, but we come to the Quality Jobs Pact, which is hopefully going to bring us something. But it's also a moment to reflect, did the social pillar do the work? Because we have more far right, we have more right-wing populist governments than we've ever had since the 1930s across Europe. So that's also a question for us to reflect a bit on how do we actually fight back. So I think that's important to bring into the discussion here as well. What's changed too, and which makes the situation even darker and more difficult, is that we used to have the employers at least neutral towards the social pillar. But now, coming out after COVID and the new setting, we have new buzzwords, new compass words to lead us, and it's competitiveness, it's simplification, it's deregulation, and we've learned that there are omnibuses moving around, and not one, but 2 or 3, all with the same intention yeah, let's see what it is. If it will be deregulation or simplification, remains to be seen. So this is the landscape, and I think it's important to be clear about that not be wishful. Sometimes we mix things that we want to be the reality with how reality actually is, but I think we have to be realistic here. But now looking forward at the social landscape, I think one of the first questions we have to ask ourselves is how we refurbish and rejuvenate or make the social pillar new and fresh again. And I think that's one of the key issues, and I think there are elements in this book that actually touch a bit on that. So a very good contribution to that. I think we also have to reflect about how we can keep the social on the political agenda at all. And I think there are 2 ways of doing it. We could either, what one could say, lean in. We could lean in that way we explain that competitiveness also means social. That's one way of doing it. That simplification also includes social benefits and so on. It could. But we could also decide that we're going activist, saying no to everything. I think that's the difficulty we're in right now. We have to find the right balance here, and there will be different views on how to navigate in this landscape. But I think that I usually use a metaphor of a dimmer knob. You can sort of find it's a great invention actually, because you can have it's not totally light or totally dark. You can navigate between the two, and I think that's what we need to do. And we also need to stay relevant. Because if we go rogue, we are not really relevant. We're not really part of the solutions here. A little bit on the work program. How am I on time, by the way? Doing well?
You're doing great.
Doing great, okay,
Yes,
good,
you have
good.
4 more minutes.
I know that-
Go ahead, Klaus.
The work you're having now is very important to keep time. So very, thank you. No, so social dialogue, that's my second primary responsibility within ETUI. I can talk a lot about that, but I can tell you that we have had our great progress, I think, with the Social Dialogue Pact. Might not look a lot on paper, but it's definitely a change of the landscape with employers and social dialogue, and I feel a bit of optimism there. And last week we started the first steps towards a new work program, and we had Mark's brother, André Safir, presenting together with Maria Jepsen, whom you also know very well, and it was an excellent event in that sense that we found basically with employers a broad agreement around two things: that we need to have higher employment in Europe, and we have to have more productive jobs in Europe. And if you have that framework and you start to discuss, you will also understand that deregulation, simplification is not part of the agenda. The agenda is quality jobs. Agenda is how do you get it, and all of that goes through measures that we would call quality jobs measures. So I think that's an excellent thing. And of course, if we then look at the agenda for the quality jobs roadmap, Francesco knows this, but of course at the ETUI we have a quite developed ideas on what needs to be there. And I'm not going to present all of that. It's you think so? You think so? Or do I get extra time? No. Okay. No. So of course we want a directive on just transition in the world of work. We need to have instruments that makes anticipation and management of change much better. And of course we can discuss upskilling and reskilling, right to training, and all of that in that sense, in that context as well. We are looking for instruments that are regulating much of the things that Francesco actually mentioned, the role of labor intermediaries and subcontracting, and I think you could also go into free movement of labor and services in that context. We are calling for measures to address the psychosocial risks and the online harassments that we see as enormous problems. I'm not going to describe them. I think they're well known in this room. We are looking for an instrument and a directive for regulating AI at work, establishing and ensuring the human in control principle. We're of course looking for the telework and the right to disconnect directive and the second consultation. Francesco, where is it?
You're waiting?
Yes. Yeah, I have to mark nice. I'm going to be a bit like Cato the older. I'm always asking for where is the second consultation on the right to disconnect. I even brought it up with the president, and she just looked the other way. Distracted by other things, I guess. We are also looking for a revision of the public procurement directive and revision of ELA, and I can go on, but we do have a plan, and we call it the quality jobs package, and I think we have a lot of things in there, and I think we just have to find a good setting, because it is a difficult situation that we're in, because we have a strongly conservative and right-wing oriented commission, and the same thing for the parliament. And I'm not going to go into this either, and I think this is very much reflected in the book. We're still looking at the big challenges, digital, green, and I think we have to add social and demographic to those big transitions. And I think this book is, and the bill on is an excellent contribution to all of these challenges. But I want to wrap up, and I want to keep the time, and I'm going to do so by just mentioning something that I think is of key importance. And it's not a research thing, it's not maybe only for the trade unions, but maybe it's more for the politics. that is the importance of bringing back hope people across Europe. And I think that's the key interest for us that are doing work on social issues, is to open up the future, make the future possible again, and also make us believe, sincerely so, that the future for our kids will be better than the one that we've had. And that's, it sounds a bit dramatic, but I think that's a key issue to bring into this, because that's what Donald Trump is doing to a lot of people in America. We have to understand what he's doing, and he's not doing this to mess with us. He's doing it to people in America. I'm being very kind to him now. But for people in America living in poverty, unemployment, he's representing a project of hope. We have to ask ourselves, what is our project of hope? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claes Mikael. You started off with a quite gloomy picture, well, a realist picture, let's say, but also closed then with your call to bring in back hope. So thank you for that. I hope that today's discussions will also contribute to that. You referred to the social dialogue pact, the job quality roadmap. There is indeed, as we heard before, the public procurement initiative. So there are views on the table, and still, and that's what I think will, as far as I'm concerned, I have high hopes for this day. You refer to these big waves in the construction of social Europe at the beginning of your talk. So the high moment around, let's say, the Lisbon European Council, the beginning of the 2000s, low moment, the Barroso years, let's say, then Juncker, von der Leyen I. Again, what we called in last year's Bilan Social, the social turn in social Europe. So where are we now in these ways? Are we now looking at 5 years of being in the desert, or, I don't know, maybe colleagues, and we have also read carefully Paul Copeland's chapter, we'll get to that in a moment, is the institutional setting, is the European pillars of social rights to which you referred strong enough to, even in these difficult times, continue promoting a social agenda? I think if we get a bit of clarity on that by the end of this day, that would be great, and that would also contribute to bringing back some hope, Claes Mikael. So thank you for that. Now, we are all very curious, Dalila, what is in this book? And I believe that you are going to introduce us to that, right? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bert. My co-editors have entrusted me with the difficult task of presenting this edition. I will do it very briefly, because I think it's the first time we are really lucky to have in the room all the authors of the Bilan Social, and they will present their chapters much better than I can. First of all, when we prepared this edition, we were guided, Sebastiano, Slavina, and I, by 4 questions. How can the EU balance security and competitiveness without compromising its social and just transition commitments? What lessons can be learned from the successes and setbacks of the von der Leyen I? What impact will the new economic governance have on social Europe? And finally, will social progress continue, or will it be sidelined in the pursuit of other strategic goals? Then the chapters of these editions assess in a very critical way the achievements and shortcomings of the previous EU political cycles, especially those related to the EPSR. The chapters examine recent policy initiatives and provide relevant insight into possible future developments against a backdrop of global uncertainty. Philippe van Parijs then highlights the precarious position of social Europe in the face of geopolitical instability and a growing emphasis on competitiveness. While the EU has made some social policy gains through the EPSR, Philippe questions their sustainability given current challenges. As he will explain in a moment, the issues include improving redistributions, the role of the European Social Fund, the importance of a shared European identity, and how to ensure a just transition to climate neutrality for vulnerable groups. Paul Copeland provides an in-depth assessment of the social legacy of the von der Leyen First. He focuses on the implementation of the EPSR action plan and its impact, among others, on worker protections and gender equality. Paul, in his chapter, identifies both notable legislative achievements but also potential limitations, including the risk of policy overload and the priority given to economic productivity over broader social welfare measures. Paul Dermine discusses the potential impact of the 2024 reform of the EU economic governance framework reform on EU and domestic social policies. He notes some progress compared to the previous framework, but he also remains very cautious about the real impact of the reform on social Europe. As he said in his chapter, the new framework lacks strong mechanisms to prioritize social policies over strict fiscal consolidations requirements. Hilda Dury and her co-author examined the complexity of the platform work directive, a very important initiative to address the challenges of platform work and ensure fair labor standards in the digital economy. Hilda and her co-author recognize that the directive is a step forward, but they also highlight its limitation and the need for further legislative development to address unresolved social rights issues. As they say, the impact of the directive will largely depend on its national implementation and the extent to which member states address such outstanding issues. Moving to green transition, Bella Belgozzi and Philippe Pochet assess the EU initiatives for just and green transitions. They highlight the emergence of an EU just transition framework, but they also point out its limitation and the risk of climate action being subordinated to competitiveness and industrial agendas. They argue that the EU's just transition framework is more of a patchwork than a framework, and they will share with us this afternoon some recommendations on how to strengthen it and make it more coherent. Jessica Martini provides a comprehensive overview of the EU-level policies and debates surrounding the idea of a European Health Union, exploring its evolution since 2020 and highlighting the need to improve crisis preparedness and management of cross-border health threats. As Jessica will expose this afternoon in my panel, the European Health Union initiative's focus on health crisis management is just a part of the story, and there is still a need for a more comprehensive support to national health systems. Mehmet Köksal's chronology summarizes the key events in the EU social, ecological, and economic affairs from January 2023 to June 2024. This chronology shows in particular that in 2024, the EU reached the end of a cycle marked mainly by the EPSR and the European Green Deal, and that the new cycle has different priorities: economic competitiveness, budgetary discipline, security in view of Europe's many vulnerabilities, and societal resilience, especially in the face of increasingly frequent extreme climate events. Summarizing the book key findings, the conclusions, which will be presented at the end of the day by Sebastiano, reflect on the future of social Europe in an increasingly uncertain and challenging global context. I will say no more about the conclusion, so I'm sure that you will stay all the day to listen to Sebastiano. So there is a time to present, but there is also a time to thank. And Sebastiano, Slavina, and I would like to warmly thank all those who have made this 25th edition of the Bilan Social possible. Thank you first to all the authors for their commitment and cooperation throughout the process, for producing high-quality chapters, for accepting numerous rounds of comments within the tight deadlines. We would like also to thank Laszlo Andor, Rita Batten, David Brookhurst, Eleni de Becker, Christophe de Gries, Mauricio Ferreira, and Matteo Mandelli. They really helped us as external reviewers by critically and in a constructive way reviewing the chapters. We would like also to thank Rachel Kroller, Richard Lomax, Edgar Zorc as our copy editors and translators. And we are also grateful to Daniela Roberts from the OSE for her very careful proofreading of the English manuscript and for her management of the references. On the organizational side, we are also in debt to colleagues in the ETUI Communication and Publication Department. And I would like to especially thank Geraldine Hoffman for her patience, her availability, and the amazing work she has done to ensure that the bilan can be published today in both languages, which was a challenge. Thank you, board. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your support. I know that Bilan Social has a special meaning to you, and we really hope that you will continue to trust us with the next ones. And last but not least, I would like personally to thank my co-editors, Slavina and Sebastiano. Last year was a very specific year for the OSE. It was a year of transition. We had to face a lot of challenges, and despite the difficulties we had, we managed to produce this edition in less than a year, which was quite challenging in both languages. So thank you for this very nice cooperation we had all those months, and I think we can be proud of ourselves. So yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalila. Yes, this Bilan Social is special to me. The trust is there, and of course everything will depend on the public call for tenders, on which I have no influence. Anyway, so we wrap up this first panel. Thank you, Klaus Michael. Thank you, Francesco. I think, Francesco, you're staying on because I've seen your name a bit further down the program. Of course, Klaus Michael, if you can stay on a little bit, that would be great. We move chairs and name tags now, and we move on to the second panel on fighting for social Europe when Europe is at war. Slavina, please.
So welcome to this second panel, which, let's hope, will bring some hope in this room. And yeah. Thank you very much. Very good speech. Yeah, yeah. So again, welcome to this panel, which let's hope would bring some hope. I like to repeat this word, hope, 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 for Europe, but also for social Europe. And I'm delighted, I'm really honored to introduce Professor Philippe van Parijs, a philosopher and distinguished academic, renowned for his groundbreaking contributions to political philosophy, to social justice, and especially your pioneering work on basic income. And Philippe, and I'm sure you don't know many people like Philippe, you are also one of these rare individuals in the world who hold 2 PhDs. One in social sciences from Université Catholique de Louvain, UCL, and one in philosophy from University of Oxford. But beyond your academic achievements, Philippe, and you are very known in Belgium about that, you are also a passionate advocate for multilingualism. And you have dedicated yourself to promoting linguistic justice and fostering cooperation through language diversity. I always enjoy very much reading your columns in Le Soir and Brussels Times, not in Dutch, in the Flemish newspapers, because this is too complicated for me, but I really recommend, strongly recommend your columns on multilingualism. And today, Philippe, you will present the chapter which was already announced, a thought-provoking title, Fighting for Social Europe When Europe is at War. And I vividly remember what was already mentioned by Francesco, hearing this inspirational lecture on a beautiful spring day yesterday in the small, peaceful town of Tübingen in Germany. I also remember your notebook adorned with a beautiful drawing from your granddaughter. And in a nutshell, what I want to say is that back then the context felt so much lighter. And yet your lecture was so visionary and warning. A year later, we are fully confronting the challenges that you outlined back then. And we are truly honored that you accepted, you agreed to write up this lecture as the opening chapter of this volume. Cher Philippe, beste Philippe, dear Philippe, la parole est à vous.
Thank you. So I'll stand up so that I can see whether the people on the last rows get bored at some point. And thank you for taking the risk of giving some space in the book and some time at this launch meeting to philosophers. For the first time, should I use it instead? Is that better? Okay. For the first time since the beginning of European integration, Europe can be said to be at war. Indeed, even more so now than when I finalized my contribution to the volume. Could this be a blessing for social Europe? One intriguing argument in support of this optimistic view can be found in Uniting States, a book published in 2011 by an American political scientist called Joseph Parent. The book analyzes 5 cases: the United States, the Swiss Confederation, Bolivar's Gran Colombia, the Nordic Federation between Sweden and Norway in the 19th century, and the European Union. Why did the US and Switzerland manage to form a stable federal state, whereas Gran Colombia and Scandinavia failed? Simple answer: fighting a common enemy without the protection of a greater power is the key condition. What about the European Union then? In what was then, 2011, the foreseeable future, Joseph Parent did not have much hope. I quote, "In the short run, the outlook is favorable that no state will endanger Europe. It seems probable that a prolonged period of great power peace will continue. This may be good for the world, but not for European unification." Nonetheless, Parent did identify one possibility. I quote again, "If the desire for unification is more than a velleity, plans for an ever closer union should key on external threat. The most likely source of danger is Russia." 15 years later, this possibility has become reality. But in Parent's account, this is not enough. You must also be without a protector. I quote, "The blessing of the Atlantic security community has been a curse for European unification, sapping the need for unification. Only when America's continental commitment grows intrusive or inadequate will Europe unify." With Donald Trump's return to the presidency and with America's continental commitment seemingly on the way to becoming more negative than positive, this possibility too has become more real than ever. The idea that the current war could be a blessing for European integration and hence for social Europe will sound like a crazy idea to most of you, but perhaps not to those who might remember the famous thesis attributed to the social historian Charles Tilly, 1980s. I quote, "Just as the state makes war, war makes the state," end of quote. And when the war-making state needs to rely on the taxation and conscription of its citizens, it is not just that war makes the state, it also gradually makes the democratic state. Not exactly the social state yet, but a major step in its direction. So, if we want European integration to progress and the associated prospects for social Europe to flourish, what the EU needs to do, on this view, is to join Ukraine in a full-scale war with Russia without America's umbrella. Is that what we should hope for? Of course not. True, if cleverly used by European leaders to boost military integration rather than swell national arsenals, this war might have as a welcome byproduct the creation of a communauté européenne de défense bis, one of Jean Monnet's dreams in the 1950s. But whether or not it favors European integration, this war is a calamity. A calamity in the first place for the belligerents themselves, who daily try to kill, wound, and destroy as many and as much of each other as they can. A calamity also for the whole of Europe, and indeed for the whole of mankind. The most fundamental reason why this European war is a worldwide calamity is not the most obvious. To avoid irreversible, damaging climate change, mankind needs to avert a tragedy of the global commons. It needs to prevent self-serving national-level rationality from precipitating a collective disaster. In the absence of a world state, forestalling this disaster requires mutual trust and collaboration, including with the world's largest country. A slow healing process will be needed to restore such trust between today's belligerents and their allies. The longer the war lasts, the later the healing process can start. In 1914, when it started World War I, Europe, Russia included, housed nearly 25% of the world population, and it colonized half of the rest. Today, Europe thankfully lost all its colonies and less thankfully shrank to 9% of the world population. Now that climate change presents mankind with a more widespread, more permanent, more formidable challenge than any war has ever done, tiny, shrinking Europe owes to the rest of the world to put an end to its new war as early as possible. Given that full victory of one of the two sides and capitulation of the other is either unacceptable or inconceivable, we must pin our hopes on the imminent conclusion of a somewhat decent compromise, hopefully not messed up by amateurish diplomacy. This will not be a just peace, in the sense that each side will get what it believes it is morally entitled to. But it must be a lasting peace, and therefore a peace that rests on a mutually face-saving compromise, as Jürgen Habermas already argued 2 years ago. A compromise that paves the way for a security architecture that enables each European country East and West, to feel safe, an architecture that extinguishes as much as it can what the Greek historian Thucydides, many centuries ago, memorably identified as the fundamental cause of all wars, fear. In the meanwhile, needless to say, this war and the EU's growing involvement in it is no good news at all for social Europe. This is particularly sad in the context of today's event, as it contrasts sharply with the upbeat tone, just been reminded of it, with the upbeat tone of last year's benchmarking Working Europe. The period opened by the European Pillar of Social Rights was then hailed, rightly, as, I quote, the most intense and wide-ranging of social Europe lawmaking in the European Union's history, end of quote. Sadly, the priority suddenly given to military security unavoidably downgrades the concern for socio-economic security. With increased spending on defense, combined with the expected contribution to the mounting cost of rebuilding Ukraine, the peace dividend usable for ambitious social policies has been crushed. As US President Eisenhower put it shortly after taking office, I quote, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, from those who are cold and are not clothed." End of quote. In order to fund increased military expenditure, there are indeed loud calls all over Europe for reducing social spending. When and where this is not possible, in the short term, governments simply postpone the pressure on social spending, either by further widening budget deficits with EU blessing, or by making long-term purchasing commitments generous enough to induce capitalist firms to invest in arms production. In this inhospitable context, how can we fight for social Europe in more than an anxious, defensive way? Now that competitiveness is back in fashion, at least as much as when the EU was striving to become the world's most competitive knowledge-based economy, one indispensable component of that fight consists in arguing that well-designed social policies generate major returns in terms of human capital and therefore of productivity and competitiveness. Social protection is productive investment, especially, but not only, when it targets the young, especially, but not only, when it is coupled with training, especially, but not only, when it is universal, especially with basic income security provided through a universal basic income rather than through a means-tested, dependency-creating social assistance. However, it is also important not to reduce social policy to the handmaiden of competitiveness. To a large extent, competitiveness is achieved through the unleashing of the four freedoms mentioned before, the four freedoms of the single market, exhilarating for the movers, many among you in this room, terrifying for the stay-at-homes. Competitiveness achieved in this way is one of the root causes of the national populist backlash against the European Union. If this backlash is to be addressed, Europe must be, and be perceived to be, protecting and not only liberating, caring and not only shaking. Consequently, the disruptive impact of the competitiveness boosting four freedoms must be contained. Just one example. In a somewhat dissonant and to me astonishing passage of her presidential program, Ursula von der Leyen promised, I quote, to ensure that all citizens have an effective right to stay in the place they call home and to provide what is needed to help build what a community needs to thrive. End of quote. If this objective is to be taken seriously, social Europe must be designed in a way that does not always serve competitiveness, but sometimes dares to weaken it. Such taming of internal migration is important. But even more important is social Europe's ability to accommodate external immigration over the coming decades. Between 1950 and now, the population of Africa grew sevenfold, from somewhat above 200 million to 1.5 billion. According to the United States projections, the population of Africa is expected to further boom from 1.5 billion to nearly 4 billion inhabitants by the end of the century. And this, while the European population, which was far more than twice the size of Africa's population in 1950, this while the European population is expected to shrink from 750 million to less than 600 million. Who can believe that the Mediterranean and the Sahara will prove wide enough to discourage the migration of tens, if not hundreds of millions of people from doing what they must do if this huge and growing imbalance is to be corrected, namely, move north in the hope of escaping from overpopulation, desertification, starvation, letting defense bite into the funds devoted to development aid and climate alleviation, as we are doing right now, will not exactly help. Once among us, newcomers must be entitled to share fairly in our material wealth and therefore enjoy the same socioeconomic rights as the native population, albeit perhaps with some waiting period. But it is equally or even more important to provide them with rapid and effective access to relevant human capital and relevant social capital. For both of these, human and social capital, one seldom mentioned component of social Europe, broadly conceived, is of primary importance: language policy. An ever-growing share of European residents lives and works in a location in which the language of education, of administration, and of politics differs from their native language. For the sake of both social justice and economic efficiency, language policy is therefore of ever greater importance. Firstly, the acquisition of the language of the host country, whether at school or elsewhere, is a key condition for the optimal development of any newcomer's human capital. But it is also a key factor for the development of their social capital, provided it is combined with intelligent town planning and housing policy. Urban streets and squares must be places that serve not only sustainable mobility, but also enjoyable immobility, spaces designed and regulated so as to facilitate encounters, trust building, cooperation, collaboration between residents, whatever their origins and native languages. Secondly, the encouragement of the effective transmission of all native languages is no less important. A solid command of a native language different from the school language is not only compatible with the acquisition of the school language and any other knowledge accessible through the school language, it greatly facilitates that acquisition and thereby contributes to the human capital of the young generations of newcomers. In addition, it contributes to their social capital, in the first place by helping them maintain and develop mutually beneficial connections with the regions from which they and their forebears migrated. To conclude, however important war might have been for nation building and nation-level social progress in the past, it would be foolish to enthusiastically embrace the war against Russia in the hope of fostering the EU-level democratic state building and the EU-wide patriotic feelings that would accelerate the emergence of a more ambitious social Europe. Fighting for social Europe when Europe is at war involves instead resisting warmongering rhetoric by bellicose machos and intensified lobbying by arms producers. It involves directing whatever defense spending our countries will be forced to make to the development of dual-use technologies that can serve other purposes than killing and destruction, rather than rushing into swelling the profits of American capitalists by buying their fighter jets and missiles. And it involves also fighting for social Europe when Europe is at war, also involves hammering on the importance of ending the war as soon as possible in order to free resources needed to upscale and update social Europe and to address the formidable challenges of aging populations, recurrent pandemics, and above all, climate change and migration. Dear European comrades, we still have the privilege of enjoying an historically and globally truly exceptional combination of peace, yes, peace, and freedom, of prosperity and solidarity. Imperfect, of course, in all four of these dimensions, yet truly exceptional. European integration, whatever its defects, and social Europe, whatever its limitations, are both major contributors to this exceptional privilege. From various sides, this privilege is under siege. In order to preserve it, in order to be able to share it more widely, we must not defensively cling to Europe, to social Europe as it is. Instead, we must keep conceiving utopian ideas, subject them to critical discussions, and look out for opportunities to move forward without ever losing hope, even in the darkest times. We must accept that competitiveness matters for the sake of both prosperity and geopolitical weight. But we must refuse to reduce social Europe to being no more than the servant of competitive Europe. And we must conceive of social Europe broadly by paying attention to town planning and language policy, no less than to the level of workers' pay, the quality of jobs, and the design of benefit systems. Being at war does not make any of this easier, but neither does it make it impossible. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Philippe. Thank you very much for this inspirational lecture, outlining the challenges, but especially bringing back solutions and, well, hope. And you came back to well-designed, even utopian social policies. This is crucial. You talked about basic income, housing, just transition policies, but also linguistic policies. And I'm very happy that you really underlined the importance of linguistic policies here. And you also came back to mutual trust, mutual compromise, solidarity, especially in the context of the competitiveness and security paradigms, but also climate change and the need for just transition. And so now I open the floor for questions and answers. Please feel free. It's an honor to have Philippe Van Parijs here, and the floor is open to you. Please, at the back.
We are facing a period of geopolitical tension, but are we truly at war? And if we are, as democratic society, shouldn't we ask for a referendum of the population?
Referendum.
Referendum, if we are at war. Additionally, another question, is the war against Russia the cause or the consequence of the collapse of East-West integration and social Europe? I will just remind you of a small meeting happening in 2010 when member states presented their best practices, employment best practices. And someone in the audience, an attendee, noticed a new trend. This trend was the increase of mental health issues in the employment landscape. Mm-hmm. And now today, you see more and more everybody is ill.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to really cut because we don't have a lot of time. So I saw Francesco and Jean-Paul afterwards. Jean-Paul, please.
Yes, Jean-Paul Tricard. What is for me the question which is crucial at that time is that there has not been a real thinking about what means war for Europe. The EU has not been created, has not the institutions, has not the system of decision to manage the war challenge.
Thank you.
And even we can say that in the history of the EU integration, the idea that it was, of course, based on the end of World War II, has been considered as, I will say, a kind of guarantee that thanks to the EU integration system, there would be no risk of war. In practice, in fact, this was the World War II did not end in 1945. It ended in 1989 with the collapse of the Soviet Union, yeah, and with the fact that what had been called the Cold War.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, but I really have to cut you because also Philippe has to leave. Yeah, thank you very much. So, Francesco, you had a question? No? Another question? Yes, please. Okay, we have to limit it to the third question there, I think. No? Paulo, I think? Okay. So, no, there. Christophe.
Just a very quick question. According to you, should the trade union movement in Europe play a role in this new hostile context you have described? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Professor Van Parijs. You could start responding.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Okay. Three questions from the first person. We are not really at war. Yes, we are not sending soldiers, but we are at war in the sense that we are just investing massively, spending a lot of money on armaments in order, presumably, because we expect them to have to use them at some point. So, and this is sufficient to make war, to give some meaning to the idea that in some sense, and in a stronger sense that has ever been the case since the very beginning of the European institutions, it can be said that the European Union is at war, but it needs to be qualified in various ways. Given the importance of going into war, should we think about organizing a referendum? Of course, organizing a referendum before taking such a decision is the best way of losing any war you are going to enter into, because then, by the time you organize it, you listen to the argument, all this is being used by the potential enemy, and that's in a way also related to the last question. The European Union is not equipped it was built as a peace project, not as a war project, and of course need then unity of command, someone who is able to decide, or a small organ that is able to decide quickly on what to do. The European Union is not equipped for that, so that It doesn't have the potential of being a good warrior, but it has many of the disadvantages of being at war, including in terms of the impact of on social policy. And then finally, that's related on the third question there, and then your question. Yes, and so my main message in a way is that we need to be opportunistic utopians. That is, we must keep imagining ways of improving things from the social sides, for workers' rights, protection of anti-dumping measures, simplification that is at the same time to the advantage of ordinary people, not only workers. We must constantly be thinking about that, thinking broadly, because perhaps what can best be done for the mental health problems is not by putting more money in our psychiatric hospitals, but organizing daily life, town planning, differently housing policies, etc. And so it's really, I mean, in fact, in my relationship with the trade unions, that has been one of the things I've been trying to say all the same. Trade unions, especially trade unions, large trade unions, confederations, it's both, they have the potential and they have the mission of defending what is good and promoting what is good for the whole of the population, irrespective of whether they are unionized, irrespective of whether they are wage workers, also the self-employed workers, etc. And so, but the trade unions must push in that direction, rather than, especially the smaller the trade union, I mean the train drivers and so on, the less they do that, and the less they can do that. And so the role of the trade unions, my view, is that. And those things, for example, things as weird, of course, trade unions are used to defend job quality by dumping, try to get better wages, minimum wage directive, etc. But language policy, that seems to be something completely weird. It must be a matter for linguists or pedagogues or something. No, it's also something that's of great importance, especially in immigration societies, immigration cities, in order to provide quickly both the human capital and the social capital that will be needed to make these immigrants productive, good for prosperity, competitiveness, and all the rest, but also to give them better hope for their own individual future. So there is a huge mission for the trade unions in the current context, and must not be demoralized by what's happening. It's not good news, but it doesn't mean after every winter there is a spring.
Many thanks, Philippe. And on these beautiful words on collective action, we start now with the next panel. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we move swiftly from the optimistic utopians, as I wrote down, to an even more down-to-earth assessment of the EU's social assessment. I'm referring to the chapters of the two poles, as we will get to know them. First of all, Paul Copeland, who is sitting on my right. Yeah. Paul, good to see you for the first time in real life. He wrote a chapter, a social assessment of the von der Leyen, the first von der Leyen Commission. And then we will have Paul Dermine, whom I hope will join us online. And Maria says thumbs up, so that's going to work. After the two polls, each of whom will be given 13 minutes for their interventions. Yes, the timer is on, almost. Amandine Crespi. Amandine will open the discussion, and then first Lucy, and then Francesco will follow up with the policy discussion. We have a little bit of stretch with regard to the lunch, but not so much. We'll have a little bit of a shorter lunch break. You're getting used to that. I think it's okay. So we'll have our lunch at 12:30. Voila. All right, without further ado, I give the floor to Paul Copeland, professor at Queen Mary University of London. And thank you for your excellent chapter with a social assessment of the first von der Leyen Commission. You have 12 minutes, Paul.
Thank you so much. I'm going to time myself as well so that I don't go over. And first of all, thank you for including me in this. The Bilan is the first port of call when I need to be up to date with what's happening in all things social Europe. Yes, I too slip behind as different things come along in the university sector. I might not be as pessimistic as some of my publications may suggest. I may disappoint you, but I'm here, I guess, to be a critical voice, and I've been around maybe a bit longer than I would like to admit, and have seen, I guess, lived through the shifts and changes of social Europe over the last 20 years. And I think what has happened over the last decade, actually, is very positive. In fact, if you'd have told me at the height of the Eurozone crisis that we would be sitting here talking about major achievements in social Europe, I wouldn't have believed you. And actually, I think one of the interesting things really is that what has been achieved in social Europe under the von der Leyen Commission has done so in what is a heightened sense of crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine. And it's a testament really to the Commission that it did continue to move forward on social Europe and continue to deliver. And acting in conjunction with the Portuguese presidency of the Council, of course, as you all know, it launched the 2021 Action Plan for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. That was also used to launch 3 targets in employment, training, and a reduction of those in poverty or social exclusion. Actually, when I was asked to write this chapter, one of the biggest challenges was to be able to reflect on everything that has happened in a very limited word count. And that, I mean, that's a challenge we face as writers anyway, but actually, it should demonstrate that what has been happening here is pretty significant in terms of the scope that has been achieved. So when analysing the achievements of the first von der Leyen Commission, we require a slightly broader lens than the Porto Agreement per se. And in addition, just a sort of caveat within a chapter of that length, it's impossible really for me to capture everything that the VDL Commission the first VDL Commission has actually done. And I repeat, if I'd have thought that I'd be sitting here 10 years ago saying that, again, I wouldn't believe you. So I think that things have really shifted and they have changed. In terms of my slides, yeah.
Sorry, how do the slides move on?
There's a clicker.
Together we can manage this.
We can do this?
Yes.
It's the green button. Okay, it's a bit like a game show. Right, thank you. As a lot of the comments about Trump's board last night were that he was in some kind of game show scenario. But I just wanted to sort of highlight in front of you, the chapter is structured around analysing what's happened in social Europe in the, you know, and it uses the Porto Action Plan as its sort of structure and framework. So in front of you, you'll see a slide about the 3 key areas of the Porto Action Plan and all that has been achieved in that area. So there have been legislative and non-legislative achievements in all of those, all but the last, I guess, area, if my memory serves me right. And there's might be particular reasons for that, for example, in terms of the treaty. But as I keep saying, the political and policy achievements of the VDL Commission suggest that the process of European integration has moved on from the dark days of austerity. I'm also not necessarily that pessimistic that the momentum won't continue, actually. I think if we look back and think of everything that's happened over the last 5 years, it seems that there is something that has become more institutionally embedded as part of the European integration process. And a lot of that is about the action plan, I would say, but a lot of it might also be about the fact that there's money available to do certain things in terms of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, etc., etc. So one is struck by the sheer scale of developments that have occurred in a relatively short space of time. Too many, in fact, to be covered within the chapter. And actually, I would be delivering somewhat fake news if I had said that the VDL Commission had not delivered on the European Pillar of Social Rights. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I was like, I couldn't really find anything that hadn't been delivered. And I think, I think, like, we shouldn't underestimate that. Actually, like, often political leaders come along and they'll claim they'll do lots of things, and they. If we're lucky, they do half of them. And so there is something symbolically very important about that, which I think is worth sort of highlighting. However, to come on to, and some other sort of positive things, I'm sure Amandine won't mind me saying this, but we probably remember when soft law was a lot softer, shall we say, early on in our careers. One of the fascinating things, and some of the early literature on governance and the open method of coordination, as it was known, are actually very insightful, because they point to this idea that, you know, the VDL Commission has legislative and non-legislative achievements, but they are actually complementing each other. They're not operating in isolation of each other. There's a lot of crossover, a lot of policy connections between different initiatives that the Commission has launched. And in academic speak, we call that transformative hybrid governance. You know, we have this huge body of what I would call soft law, so legally non-binding agreements, but it's complemented by everything that's around it, including some directives, but also the money that has been made available as a result of various initiatives in the EU, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So that's a really crucial element. And another crucial element, I guess, being that a lot of this is also, a lot of the Porto Action Plan, or some parts of the Porto Action Plan, are being picked up in the European semester, and there have been important changes there. Including the social convergence framework, for example. So, and I remember when soft law didn't do such a great job of hybridity, that actually there wasn't that, things just were agreed and member states were to go off, and sometimes there was reporting and sometimes there wasn't. And now we see greater connections between different things that are happening. And I wrote a paper, oh gosh, 10, 11 years ago, I can't even remember, with my colleague Beryl Tirha, and she was talking about hybrid governance then in EU youth policy. And I remember thinking, what the hell is this and what's going on? But actually, as we got into it, we see that EU youth policy it really is an excellent case study about the performance of hybrid governance and how different things, different tools in different areas can interact and produce policy change. And of course, it probably is just worth saying that there's an implementation gap in directives, right? So often it's not black and white between hard and soft law, but actually soft law has become a lot harder over the last 5-10 years. I think there are important questions we need to pick up in terms of thinking through where we go from here. I might be more optimistic than I would have been 10 years ago, but it is difficult to sustain political activism in a environment where crisis has become the norm. And I know that we've been talking a lot about the war in Ukraine, but there's also a trade war that is going on, and the consequences of that will be significant. I still remain optimistic, though, that we can defend social Europe. So a positive assessment of the VDL Commission is therefore one that I think hybrid governance has potential. Developments since 2019 represent a renaissance of social Europe rather than a step change. There's still more that needs to be done to embed what is happening in the way that the single market is embedded. I think that's a sort of crucial benchmark. We need social Europe to be as consistent and constant as the single market. And we hope that the period that we are going through is part of that permanence rather than the waxing and waning of social Europe as we might have thought about it some time ago. But challenges do remain in terms of governance, and particularly soft governments. The proliferation of recommendations, strategies, action plans, strategic frameworks, packs, initiatives, green papers, platforms, white papers, packages, some with periodic reporting and others without. They are a welcome achievement on the one hand, and they do help to set the political agenda. But we should be reminded that they could disappear as quickly as they've appeared, and that's worth mentioning. More pressing, though, is the issue of policy overload and fatigue. The sheer scale of what has happened over the last 5 years has resulted in a certain amount of pessimism in national capitals about bureaucratic overload. There are some 51 initiatives I counted, although I'm happy to be corrected, in the EPSR action plan up to 2022 alone, all of which need to be situated in governance arrangements that include reporting and monitoring for the RRF and the European semester. And in the paper, I point out that, we as defenders and proponents of social Europe look at the relaunch of the Lisbon strategy in 2005 as a moment when social Europe changed and the Barroso Commission pushed Europe more to the right. But within that report by former Dutch Prime Minister Wim Kok, he argues that Lisbon I was a failure precisely because of policy overload. And I think we forget that. We forget that the politics changed, but actually one of the reasons it was able to change is because of that critique of policy overload, and we just need to be mindful of that. I think if I'm right in saying, although I have a terrible memory, I think he pointed out that there were 52 initiatives or something in Lisbon I on social Europe, and therefore they needed to be streamlined, but don't quote me on that. So the European Pillar of Social Rights is important in terms of setting the political agenda, but it is at this stage a strategy for the proliferation of strategies at risk of policy overload and policy failure. So that's a sort of cautious aspect to point out. One final observation that I don't have, oh God, I'm going over, right. One final, no, right, okay, so read the chapter. So the Commission has delivered, and in terms of, and I think has done a really good job under very difficult circumstances. But we have to be cautious going forward for the reasons that I've mentioned. Much more needs to be done on delivering social protection and social inclusion. That's what I wanted to say, good. And aspects of the welfare paradigm on minimum incomes beyond the world of work in areas such as housing and care, which may be part of the new Commission's agenda. So social Europe is at a crossroads. I do think we have reasons to be optimistic, maybe more than pessimistic, but let's come back maybe in another 5 years and see how that goes. So thank you.
Wow, Paul, 12 minutes and 58 seconds. I must say I'm impressed. Thank you so much. When I read your chapter, I was indeed a bit surprised by the rather optimistic reading that you were giving, because I've been following you for quite a number of years, and so that was a positive surprise, I would say. So governance hybridity, I think that's an important notion. We may want to revisit that at some point during the day if we have the time. I would like to flag that with my colleague Rita, former colleague at the OSE, Rita Baten, we were writing about governance hybridity in healthcare, which started at the end of the 90s. And Rita is there. Good to see you after all this time. So happy to discuss that further. So the renaissance of potential rather than a step change, and then policy overload. And I will of course ask the discussants the political discussants here, Francesco and Lucy, to comment on that. Wim Kok referred to the Lisbon strategy as a Christmas tree. So I don't know if that's what you have in mind, but I think it is related. So we now move to the other Paul. Paul Dermin is online. I don't know, Paul, where you are, in which part of Europe or the world, but you wrote a very good chapter about the new EU economic governance framework. And again, reading that, it is quite clear that in the weeks or months since, Paul, since you wrote this chapter, some developments took place. And you will have the time, notably 13 minutes, to explain all that to us. Paul, the floor is yours, if you can hear us.
Thank you very much, Bert. Can you properly see me and hear me?
We cannot see you yet, but we can hear you. So please go ahead. While the technicians in the room will make sure. But we see your slide, so I guess that's the second best to seeing you. Go ahead, Paul, please.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Bert. And first of all, my apologies for not being able to be with you today. I am indeed retained abroad in Italy, in Rome, because of long agreed teaching commitments. I would also like to thank the Observatoire for the opportunity to write a chapter in this year's Bilan Social. I've always been an avid reader of the Bilan, and being able to contribute this year is a true privilege. So as you just said, the focus of the chapter is on the new economic governance framework of the European Union, a framework which I try to look at from the perspective of social Europe. It is indeed an important reform, not only for budgetary governance, but also for the EU polity as a whole, and it will have systemic ramifications for the entire institutional policy system and for many neighboring policies. Now, in the chapter, the approach I favor is that of a lawyer, and I am a lawyer specialized in economic and social governance, and so I mainly look at the framework from an institutional and from a governance perspective. Now, as you all know, this reform has been long in the making. It was finalized last year in April 2024, when 3 important legislative instruments were adopted. It was initiated 4 years earlier, just before the COVID pandemic hit Europe. And it has been quite a ride, and it has been faced with a number of events which gave the reform a new relevance and a new urgency. So the reform primarily focuses on the Stability and Growth Pact, which it overhauls in quite a radical manner. In the way that it substantially reorganizes both the substantive and the procedural foundations of the pact, trying to address its main shortcomings and adapt the pact to the Union's rapidly evolving reality and to the new challenges that it is facing. Now, essentially, the reform sought to pursue 3 core objectives. The first one was to essentially deal with the legacy of the past and try to prompt an overall reduction of public debt ratio in Europe, while at the same time preserving investment and reform spaces. So a difficult equilibrium which the EU sought to strike. Secondly, the pact was suffering from long-standing issues of complexity, of opacity, and of limited compliance. And so the reform also sought to make the fiscal rules book simpler, more transparent, and more effective. And lastly, a final ambition of the reform was to foster ownership, to foster national ownership, to ultimately enhance compliance and enhance enforcement. So in the light of these three objectives, the EU has pursued and achieved quite a radical overhaul of the pact, and both the substantive and the procedural / institutional dimensions have been substantially reorganized. So on the front of the rules, my assessment is quite positive in the sense that we've indeed reached a certain degree of simplification. I will not enter into the details, but as you know, the pact now revolves around one main rule, one single operational indicator, which is the growth of net expenditure with a focus on the question of debt stability indicator, which is to be translated into country-specific expenditure path. So the reform also achieved a great deal of country specificity and differentiation by establishing for each member state an expenditure path, which has the objective to bring public debt level below or on a plausibly downward path towards the famous 60% target of the treaty. Of course, the political process led to the reintroduction of hard undifferentiated rules through the back door with the so-called safeguards, reintroducing hard general rules, but nonetheless, the assessment I make is in the chapter is quite positive on the front of both simplification and country specificity. On the front of governance, the governance of the Stability and Growth Pact has also been radically re-articulated and restructured around a new central tool, the so-called national medium-term fiscal structural plans. So these fiscal plans, which are to become the blueprint for national economic and fiscal policies for entire legislative terms. So these plans are to be drawn up for periods of 4 or 5 years, depending on the national terms, determining and defining the economic policy and the fiscal policy which is to be pursued at the national level for the entire term. So importantly, these plans include, of course, the expenditure path, so the budgetary trajectory which the state is to follow, but they should also include the key reforms and the key investment plans which states intend to implement. And these commitments have to build upon the country-specific recommendations addressed to the member states, but they also need to build upon the common priorities of the EU. And this is where Social Europe primarily comes in, because on the one hand, CSRs have gained an increasingly social dimension, and also because among the common priorities of the EU, which are identified in the new legislative instruments, we have, of course, Social Europe and the implementation of the pillar. These plans, as you know, are designed, adopted, and implemented in close cooperation with the EU, primarily under a fairly administrative and executive setting, so with governments and the Commission in the driving seat. And lastly, a crucial element relates also to the possibility which was inserted for member states to request extension of their fiscal adjustment periods against additional reform commitments. So a possibility for member states, especially those which are in the most difficult budgetary situation, to ask for budgetary respite against additional reform commitments. Now, this is, in my view, and this is an argument I try to make in the chapter, this new governance structure is, of course, directly reminiscent of the methodology of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And we can see clear traces of the experience accumulated by the EU in the context of the recovery plan. Of course, we're talking about different policy areas. In the context of this new Stability and Growth Pact, there's no new fresh money which is put on the table, but the governance philosophy, this very bilateral, performance-based, tailor-made and quasi-contractual form of governance based on pre-commitment, ownership, and conditionality, based on the logic of incentivization, clearly is reminiscent of what the EU has been doing in the context of the RRF. Now, whether the transplant will be successful remains to be seen, but nonetheless, the rather positive results delivered by the RRF are fairly promising from that perspective. Now, moving on to the implications for social Europe. So, of course, the new framework is currently being implemented for the first time, and we probably lack the hindsight necessary to draw definitive lessons. But in the chapter, I try to nonetheless make a number of observations about the implications that this structural reform, that this systemic reform will have for social Europe. So first of all, trying to anticipate the impact that the reform might have on public investment and more specifically on social spending levels, more specifically. The ambition was to reach a sound balance between debt sustainability on the one hand and public investment on the other hand. Of course, fears are that the balance might have tilted towards sustainability, and that the reform might indeed negatively impact national investment capacities, especially in the social domain. Projections that have been made are not that alarmist, so we'll have to see on the longer term, but it is certainly not a reform which sustains and boosts national investment capacities, especially in the social policy field. What is also interesting to see is that the reform still relies on an all-encompassing approach to public expenditure. Proposals had been made to foresee specific carve-outs, specific exceptions for specific types of expenditures, green expenditures, social expenditures. These proposals have not been taken up. And so we still have this rather monolithic approach to public spending and public investment. It is also quite notable that the discussions about the reform of the pact have been totally decoupled from parallel discussions about the continuation and the perpetuation of central fiscal capacities. So the discussion on further EU fiscal integration was not conducted in parallel with those related to the reform of the pact. Secondly, this is a reform which relies on a holistic approach to economic and fiscal policy making. And so this is a reform which fosters consistency and fosters synergy between fiscal policy on the one hand and neighboring policies on the other hand. And we can see that there is in the new pact a number of entry doors for social Europe, and that the reform might foster stronger synergies between the Stability and Growth Pact on the one hand and the social policy objectives on the other hand. Now, whether these synergy will materialize in practice remains to be seen, and we can highlight a number of risks. On the one hand, there's the risk indeed that social Europe objectives will be applied selectively in the context of the reform by favoring most notably measures and reforms immediately favoring growth and competitiveness. So we have a long set of priorities which are consecrated without any type of hierarchy and prioritization. So this might hurt social policy objectives on the long term. Now, of course, this ambivalent position of social policy objectives is in a way reflected also in the institutional position which is given to social partners under the reform. And here we can see that the reform essentially consolidates a status quo. So social partners have a say in the procedure, but there is no meaningful duty of states to integrate social partners' input into their deliberations. And this has been very much confirmed by the first round of implementation of the new pact, where the Commission itself had described the involvement of social partners as highly varied and uneven. So to conclude, a couple of final observations or final remarks. First of all, we should be aware that this is an important reform. This is probably the most radical overhaul of the Stability and Growth Pact since in the last decade. And this is a reform which will have structural ramifications for the entire EU and for socio-economic policies in Europe in general. This new framework has ambivalent implications for social Europe, in the sense that on the one hand, it could foster welcome synergies, it could foster welcome reforms and welcome investment plans favoring social Europe. But because of this lack of prioritization, which I've described, these promises might not materialize. It is also a reform which fosters a rather monolithic and a rather undiscriminated approach to public spending, which fails to include carve-outs and exceptions for specific types of investments, which is something which can be lamented. And lastly, the repercussions for the position of social partners under the new framework is also quite ambivalent. Finally, of course, the reform and the new framework has just been adopted, that it is already facing new challenges, and most notably the challenge of defense, which is certainly a challenge which will have a long-lasting impact on the pact and on fiscal and economic policies more generally in Europe. As you know, the Commission has recently proposed to activate the national escape clauses to essentially take out defense spending from rule coverage, so showing that exceptions and carve-outs for specific types of investments are actually possible. But more deeply, the security challenges leaves us with two main questions. First of all, is the framework outdated already? Should it be already adjusted to the new reality? And if so, how? And secondly, and this in a way hints to what Philippe van Parijs was discussing earlier, how do we make sure that in the context of this existential challenge, social Europe is not the big loser? And from that perspective, the pact does not seem to offer particularly consolidated guarantees. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Paul. And now we can see you. So far, we could also only see your slides. Good to see you, and great to have you on board of this Bilan Social. Thanks for unlocking the new rules of the economic governance framework, fiscal plans. I've tried to read one of them and I failed miserably, I must say. Just to tell you, Paul, we've asked David Bockhorst, who is a great researcher, to have a look at those plans and to try to explain to us to what degree member states are using the oxygen or the room for maneuver that there is now under the new rules for social investment, and the conclusion, at least preliminary, is that only 2 member states have used this opportunity. So I think that this is the moment there where we will a little bit switch the program, because Francesco's body language is telling us that he wants to intervene now, but also you flagged to me, Francesco, that your executive vice president is calling you back to the office. So if that's okay for Amandine, we checked. We'll first move to Francesco. 6 minutes, your feedback, your comments on both chapters, please. And then Amandine, thank you for your flexibility, and thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the flexibility to the colleagues. I apologize very much, but I wanted to comment before leaving. Actually, when I read the 2 chapters, I think, Paul, for the first time, I read a positive, optimistic chapter, which is interesting because I fully agree with what you have written, even though and maybe here I really buy in your argument. Are we not overloading with this planned strategy? And to a certain extent, what everyone remembers is the minimum wage directive, the platform work directive, the equal treatment directive. Even though, as Luca Ratti said, and he has done an enormous, fantastic work on enforcement, and I think it's one of the really aspects that I wanted to point in your chapter that you really need. Enforcement is really the biggest challenge. And the way directives are differently written, you can just see the position paper of some organizations when they target specific types of directive. Obviously, the way a directive is written can influence its enforcement. And we have the way the minimum wage is written is different from the platform work, is different from other. And paradoxically, in the area of equality is where you have the most, and I think maybe Anna Carla also mentioned it last week in your, but it's where really you notice that you have way more prescriptive. So the bigger challenge is now enforcement, and I fully agree with you. And then there is a big trade-off, I think, between really overloading, and I must say, I agree with some member states when they say, sorry, yet another strategy. Who we have to identify in our Minister of Social Affairs or Minister of Public Health or another institution to draft the strategy, who does the coordination. It's a mess from a member state perspective sometimes. So we really need to think through, and I think it's your second element. I was very, very happy to read because I think you really nail this point. Now, Paul, I owe you first an apologize because I should have commented your chapter. I promise in December I will do it. I do it only now. I'm a little bit more optimistic. Maybe because it was agreed under the Belgian presidency. So I'm a little bit more optimistic when it comes to the social dimension of the new European economic governance. First of all, because the way I've always seen it is that when we cannot come with fiscal integration, well, let's give flexibility in debt adjustment. And what we can see, I mean, I refer to the letter that the Employment Committee and the Social Protection Committee chair have sent to the Council last month, is that actually, indeed, member states do use this flexibility. And in 5 member states, they asked for an extension of the adjustment period based on social reforms and investment. Now, the biggest challenge is how much this flexibility is used, and there I can only buy in the concern expressed by the committees when they say that different countries do involve labor and social affairs ministry in different ways. And this makes a huge difference, clearly. Same, and I fully agree with you, different countries do involve social partners at different stages, and this is a long-standing challenge that we had in the semester before, that we have now. Obviously, it's very difficult for the Commission to intervene in what is, after all, a decision by the member states in terms of consultation of social partners. I think one of the aspects that I would like to add to your chapter is a little bit the whole big challenge, and that's, I think, is a little bit problematic for social investment around the definition of what is an investment. Because that was the biggest political debate last year. Do we pick up the definition of investment as in the RRF, or we do pick up a more traditional definition of gross fixed capital formation? And then obviously for social and employment policy, from an expenditure side, we talk about recurrent expenditure to a large extent. And so how do we classify this voice of spending from a guideline perspective that we should classify them under reforms? But obviously there the big challenge, and I thank the co-editors of the Bilan because you dedicated a lot of time to the work of the Spanish and the Belgian presidency on measuring the return on social investment. Indeed, the challenge, how we are able to measure the returns on social investment. So that's a little bit a challenge that I wanted to add to your chapter, because indeed, first, the involvement of Social and Employment Affairs Ministry is not well defined. It changes across member states. Second, the capacity of Social and Employment Affairs Ministry to measure return on investment and justify the measures that they can include within their national plans changes radically across member states, and I think more work is to be done there. Thanks a lot, and congratulations for the two excellent chapters.
Thank you very much. Okay, suggestions from Slavina. Does anybody have a two-hand question? You have not just anybody, but you, please. One question before you have to go. Sorry, we'll give you this microphone, Slavina, please.
So there was the byproduct, the sure mechanism. And so, Francesco, before you leave, because we are writing a paper on that, what's happening? Are there discussions on the permanent sure mechanisms, etc.?
Chatham House rule,
exactly.
so
it
will remain within this room, Francesco, don't worry.
But we can cut it off.
I cannot answer.
Thank you very much, Francesco. That was very clear. Enforcement is the key. The way the directives are written matter. I think that brings us right to Amandine's intervention. It also reminds us of the notion that you mentioned, Paul, governance, hybridity, soft governance mechanisms in our hard law. So I now pass on the floor to Amandine Crespi, Director at CEVIPOL of the Free University of Brussels. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Bart. I should say straight away, don't count on me for optimistic, uplifting comments. And especially now, this has become my role over the years, and especially now that Francesca has left, I will be able to say a lot of bad things about the European Commission and what was done. No, jokes apart, this book this year, of course, comes at a particular moment, right, in between von der Leyen 1 and 2, and of course, a lot has been achieved over the past 4 years where the European Commission has delivered, but also achievements must be measured against the yardstick of this historical window of opportunity, and this was reminded earlier that the pandemic provided. And let me just recall quickly 3 points. First, the pandemic shed light on the dramatic consequences of austerity and chronic underinvestment. Second, on the lack of social and financial appreciation of jobs, which, however, have a high societal value. And third point, a certain reassertion of politics and public authority, power over markets, the realization that markets don't solve crises, but taxpayers' money does. Now, unfortunately, we may wonder what is left of all that. And of course, the whole context is different, which also tells a lot about the role of Ursula von der Leyen as such, vis-a-vis, the broader context. And I found it very interesting, and it was really great to read those 2 excellent chapters. Thank you very much for asking me to do that, also from 2 dear colleagues, 2 dear Poles. And I found it interesting that both chapters have a very similar movement or structure, first highlighting rather positive developments, and then showing the limitations and all the continuity in ideas and instruments of social Europe. And in my reading of the chapters, the real analytical argument there is this intrinsic difficulty, if not impossibility, to actually reverse the deeper logic of EU social policy making. And indeed, we are witnessing now, a return to old discourses. This was said before, not least, the
discourse about competitiveness, and so on. So I'd like to comment on two aspects. First, the policy aspects, then governance, with references to respectively both chapters. I think they speak very, very well to each other. First, to Paul Copeland. I found it very particularly interesting that the chapter in the end provides a critical reappraisal of social investment. Social investment, of course, has been an extremely interesting agenda, but progress on the ground in the member states has remained also very limited. This is not a definitive assessment. I think it will be very important to look exactly at how the RRF has actually enabled real progress on this front, but still, as Paul Copeland reminds, social investment puts the emphasis on human capital in a way that reduces citizens to workers and workers to commodities on the labor market, a labor market that is no longer only European, but that is also global for better or worse. And that may be also the reason why things like language policy, to also address some of Philippe Van Parijs's remark, doesn't really interest anybody, perhaps only in Belgium, where language indeed does play a very important key role on the labor market. But so this almost exclusive focus on the labor market is not only present, as the chapter shows, in the area of more and better jobs, where it's quite logical, but also in the union of equality, which is perhaps more, questioning. So, Paul, would you agree with me that social investment, I would call it an epistemic success, but a political failure? And it also leads me to the other post chapter about the fiscal framework, because we have seen this failure to really enshrine social investment in the fiscal framework in a way that carves investment expenditure out of the calculation of date sustainability. And here, the story of the type of political resistances that have been at play remains to be written. I reckon it would be a very interesting one. Paul Dermijn's chapter also raises a fundamental question, and an old question as well, or already old, in terms of, is the fiscal framework adapted to the challenges the EU has to face? Back in 2016, together with Vivian Schmidt, we wrote a chapter for the State of Play of Social Europe entitled The EU's Economic Governance in 2016 Beyond Austerity ? And somewhere we also back there, Then our argument, and the European semester had just been revamped, was that economic governance is in a way very schizophrenic, telling the member states on one hand to save money, reduce public expenditure, but on the other hand, to keep on spending on important policy areas, and among them social investment. I think Paul's chapter in many ways shows that to a large extent this reform from the last years was a missed opportunity. And we know that the more in-depth reform was opposed notably by Germany together with other member states. A question for us all now that we are seeing Friedrich Merz, desperately seeking ways to go around the Schuldenbremse, the German golden rule. Question, to what extent would this political development have an impact on the EU fiscal framework, on the political legitimacy of those very rules, or on the way they could be interpreted or reinterpreted in different ways in the years to come. A further very interesting aspect in Paul Dermijn's chapter is this light shed on the holistic approach. Paul, you frame it this way, in that the fiscal framework now, or the European semester, of course, encompasses both fiscal policy and social policy, and that the European Pillar of Social Rights has become part and parcel. And perhaps the message of the chapter here is a bit ambivalent. So on one hand, of course, it's very good to not work in silos and integrate fiscal, also macroeconomic, and obviously social policy together. But the point is also made that more often than not, this has led to a certain subjection of social policy objectives to fiscal policy. And so, yeah, the question is always the same. Are we going to witness this yet again? By the way, also, it's not because country-specific recommendations address or touch upon social issues that they do so in a progressive way. So here, there's really a work that is being done to really look about logics of retrenchment, recalibration, or investment. That is very important. The missing element, too bad Francesco has left, perhaps, is the social convergence framework. So if perhaps there's a couple of minutes for Paul to tell us whether we have any insights about the way in which this has tweaked perhaps the fiscal framework in a more socially friendly way. I have 2 minutes left one now to address governance issues. My key point here, and it's a commonality between both chapters, extremely interesting, and that is something that I also point always to my students, is the rise of hybrid governance, namely the combination of different types of tools, and not only the combination, but the creation of a gray area of policy making between hard law and soft law, with conditionality at the core of that logic of hybrid governance, which is a complex one. Question to both colleagues and to everybody else in the room: is hybrid governance a good thing, a good move to make things happen, to overcome political resistance? Or is it also dangerous in a way? Is it, I don't know, competence creep, diluting responsibility? Who is in charge? Is it the EU? Is it the member states? Is it somebody else? To finish on 2 questions to each of them, to Paul Copeland: what would be, in your view, the consequences of the annulment of the adequate minimum wage directive by the court, both in implementation terms and in political terms? To Paul Dermine: do you see a difference between the logic of time for reforms in the fiscal framework and the logic of cash for reforms in the RRF? Because you draw the parallel between the two, I see slightly different logics there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Amandine. Great as usual. So I will now pass on to Lucy and then ask the 2 Pauls to respond. So you've raised many questions and we don't have that much time for discussion. I think the Paul on my right here in the room, I think the question about whether social investment can be considered as an epistemic success but a policy failure, I think we want to hear you about that one. And then for Paul, who is online, the question whether this reform of the EU's fiscal governance should be seen as a missed opportunity, and where is the social dimension now also in practice. I think those would be questions that we want to hear you about. Whether we're going to have a discussion about the annulment of the minimum wage directive, I doubt it, but we can maybe talk about it over lunch. But first, Lucy, the floor is yours for the next 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, but actually it's a really nice challenge to be the last barrier between the lunch and being already some 15 minutes after the end of the session. So I did have a really lovely address. I'm now with this, so probably gonna be just throwing some slogans to you because lots has been already said. So actually, on evaluation of the social agenda of Ursula von der Leyen's, first time agenda. I mean, I just would say 2 things. Before the EU election, the Eurobarometer said clearly how much the citizens would like EU to deal with the social agenda. That was extremely clear. Still remembering the outcomes of the Conference on Future of Europe, going exactly the same direction as basically the trade unions are going, and putting the same or very similar or even stronger demands than the trade unions. I mean, in the last von der Leyen's Commission, it has been reflected, needs still to add to it, that it's a kind of expression of desperacy, that the national level is unable to solve this. So putting the hopes on the EU level, that is bringing something in the economic sphere, but not delivering in the citizens and the social one. So, but this actually in this commission doesn't seem to be understand that well, or the message doesn't seem to be that much received. We did have last week Commissioner Dombrovskis presenting 2025 Commission's work program, and I pointed out that out of the 51 initiatives planned for this year, only 3 are directly targeted to the social sphere. He has corrected me that it's not true because the 4th one is there for consumers. I mean, let's take it as a share and the importance being actually put into something which, from our perspective, the workers' group perspective within the ESC, is more and more important, which is we need upward social convergence. We need cohesion. Otherwise, we are threatening democracy, we are threatening the whole EU. And let's be clear, the national member states are delivering in different scale and in different quality. I mean, let's take just the minimum wage directive being transposed in some of the member states, not transposed yet, in some being transposed in a way or another. My famous and beloved example is that Czech Republic has transposed it, and the outcome of it is that number of workers and employees are going to have lower wages. Because by that, the government decided to cancel 8 grades of the minimum wages which have been existing, so it's gone. Seems at the same time that the complaint we made will not be successful because the Commission didn't instruct the national government to abolish these grade system of minimum wages, for the different professions, education and stuff like this. But I mean, enforcement has been mentioned here. I mean, monitoring and enforcement is of crucial importance. And for that, we don't have proper mechanisms in place. And sanctions. Sorry, if you are not in a system where sanctions are, it's still, by some parts of Europe, some national governments perceive, okay, we've ticked the box, we are done. Very briefly on the governance, lots has been said. I mean, we are having within the ESC European Semester Group, which is monitoring and interviewing us regularly. So what was proven with the recovery and resilience plans, that actually the involvement of social partners was just formal. The same is actually going on. So seems that this democratic feature is just for good times. In the bad times, it's a barrier, and I mean, we've got proofs for that. Still, I would add the role of social partners, because if both the social partners, both sides are not really honest and focused and clear about their roles, it just cannot work. What we are doing now for the moment, given the rapidly changing geopolitical, I would almost call it tsunami, because if you don't check the news each 5 minutes, you are already very much behind the development. We have just established, it's called New Geopolitical Order Group, that should in 2 weeks' time present provocative questions we would need to be answered. Because, I mean, losing the partner on the other side of Atlantic, democracy being under threat and so on. So we are going to come up with this to have really good debate what should be answered and done now for the moment. Definitely our position is no defense expenses on the expense of social and cohesion policy. I'm not going to develop on that any further. We are just now working on our own initiative opinion on the new action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. It's going to be backed up by a study which is now conducted and a survey, so really very broad approach to the issue, to be a kind of input for the Commission from the organized civil society side. And of course, we are in the workers group trying to face the narrative of competitiveness, simplification, and stuff like that. Tomorrow we are having a debate on productivity. We are going to proceed to competitiveness to have a really constructive but clear view on the main elements. Again, we need to boost social dimension. We need to boost social Europe. We need to expand rights, to defend democracy by strengthening this comparative advantage we have as a social Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy, also for providing us again with some hope. As Klaus Michael also said this morning, we need upward social convergence, stronger social dimension. Consultation of social partners is key, and again, reference to the implementation, the importance of implementations of EU directives. Thank you for that. All right, we'll now move back swiftly to the two polls. You have 3 to 4 minutes each, which is quite generous in view of the timeline and the fact that we're all getting a little bit hungry, but I think that's a time that is needed. So the only thing is, dear poll online, you don't hear me when I speak to you while you're speaking, so I really need you to focus on 3 to 4 minutes and not longer. So I will start with you, Paul. So Dermine, and I think the question about whether the reform of the EU's economic governance is a missed opportunity, and where is the social dimension in it now really? Is it again subordinated to the fiscal dimension, or any of the other questions that Amandine raised? So please, 3 to 4 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Bert, and I'll be very brief. So on Amandine's question about the relationship between the economic and the social, I very much believe that the latest reform in a way perpetuates this de facto hierarchy between the economic and the social agenda being in a way subsumed in a broader macroeconomic philosophy. I don't think that the latest reform meaningfully challenges that and gives social policy a more self-standing and autonomous value. And you can see this, for example, in the social reforms which member states requesting an extension have put on the table. It's pension reforms, it's reforms of social security and systems in countries like Romania or Finland. So it's very much in continuation with what was already done under a socialized European semester. And maybe just very quickly a final remark also on Amandine's question regarding money for reform versus time for reform. Indeed, there are differences between the ERF and this new Stability and Growth Pact. The main one being that there is indeed no fresh money on the table, so the financial incentive is not there. But I do believe that the underlying political and institutional gamble is that it would work the same way. So whether it will be as efficient as the money for reform logic remains to be seen, but it is a clear legacy of the ERF methodology. And lastly, I believe that we should also keep in mind that the next MFF is currently being negotiated, and in that context as well, we can see attempts to replicate the RF logic, this performance-based and conditionality-based logic, which has very much structured the RF. And so the philosophy of the next MFF might also play out with regard to the Stability and Growth Pact, but that remains to be seen how the next MFF will look like. And I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Paul. So we move to the other poll, epistemic success, but a policy failure, social investment. And then you may want to comment on the policy overload element that has been raised. Please.
Cool. Thank you so much. And I just want to reassure everybody that I'm sort of famous at work for having lunch. So I definitely won't, when a lot of my colleagues don't. So I will keep this very brief. You're in safe hands. Amandine, I wondered if I disagreed with you, it might represent a critical juncture in our meeting of minds. But the good news is I don't, so all is safe. I've always been more skeptical around social investment than some, because of its link to commodification and the underutilization around social protection. And it was when I was writing this chapter, it got me thinking about the kind of things that would protect individuals from the marketization of everyday life. And actually, we need to think a bit beyond the workplace, and we need to think about housing and how housing costs and housing shortages have a massive impact on the precarity of individuals and their daily lives. And that's, you know, I appreciate the venue that we're in, but the housing shortages and the marketization of private rent does a lot to leave individuals feeling like they have very little control over what happens in their lives. So that, I think, you know, social investment is great. I somehow feel that it reminds me of some of the sort of late 90s, early 2000s ideas in the EU, where, you know, sort of flex security, this idea that you know, we can have flexibility and security, but what you really end up with is just flexibility. And I'm slightly concerned that social investment could lead to that place as well, where you end up with lots of investment in human capital, but little can be done around social protection. So it's, yeah, I do see the challenges there. And the issue on policy overload, we are stuck between a rock and a hard place, because soft governance, I feel, can be really significant in terms of agenda setting and policies beginning as loose agreements and then becoming something else. I think it's really just to be mindful that reporting and targets doesn't always deliver. And it is essentially new public management. If anyone has the fortune to work in an organization that employs that, come and work in a British university, for example, you know, new public management approaches don't always deliver. So that, but I appreciate that we are, soft law can be the beginning of something. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, thank you very much. Paul online, Amandine, Lucy. It makes my heart bleed a bit that I cannot open the floor to the room because there are so many of you who could contribute to all this, but we really need to break for lunch or they're going to move it away. So thanks to the panelists. We will now break for lunch. We start again in 45 minutes, so at 1:30. All right, bon appétit. Thank you.
It's here. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Let's move forward the program. Going to what for me is a crucial element of discussion, not only because I deal with those issues, but also because this morning during Van Parijs opening speech, let's say climate change and also the social dimension and implications of climate change have been highlighted as one of the key challenges, not only for the EU, but obviously for the world in the years and decades to come, also right now. I have the pleasure to chair this panel on between competitiveness and austerity, what's next for the just green transition in the EU. Our starting point will be the chapter written by Bella Galgossi and Philippe Pochet. Bella, senior researcher at ETUI, will have 30 minutes to present this chapter that is very interesting because it's really, let's say, on the point on this transition period, doing a bit of an assessment of what has been done until now, the limitations, and also looking forward with some concrete recommendations. And then François Denuy, Senior Advisor to the UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, will comment on Bella and will discuss Bella and Philippe article. François, 5-6 minutes to allow for enough time for questions and answers. And then we are very happy to have here for the policy discussion, which will follow, and they will bring their institutional perspectives, organizational perspectives on the topic. Anna Kujacevic, Senior Advisor at Business Europe, and Frank Siebert-Thomas, Head of Unit Fair Digital and Green Transition and Research at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. So, Bella, the floor is yours for about 30 minutes. I'll tell you when there are 13. I'll tell you when 2 minutes are...
Yeah, okay, so then I really have to start right away, and good afternoon, and thank you. I will present this. We wrote this article together with Philippe Pochet, who used to be the General Director of ETUI and now Professor at Sant'Anna Pisa, but he is just there in Pisa now, and I couldn't even join online. So I'm doing this and try to do it, well, relatively on time. The article we had was actually, the main purpose was to look at the European Green Deal, but it achieved in terms of just transition, well, in the 4 years, almost like up to the new commission was set up. But since then, the events were so overwhelming, I think the whole world is upside down, and that we just cannot ignore that. Yeah, so I'm a little bit reflecting also on the current reality and where we are and how to move forward. So we have the new commission with a competitiveness agenda. The new slogan, so to say, prosperity, security, democracy. So competitiveness, definitely industrial policy, defense and security. Trying, the idea was to reshape multilateralism. It has been part of an industrial policy approach that was on the EU side a completely reactive one. So the EU was only reacting to events of the world. After 10 years, China had launched its major industrial policy program and made extreme progress in clean industrial development and technologies. After the Biden administration's IRA, that was actually reacting to China, but trying to safeguard and activate a US clean industrial base. And since then, it's over. And we are here where actually the old idea of de-risking and decoupling, and we don't know anymore from whom are we de-risking or what the alliances are, and are we about to de-risk from the United States now? So the whole thing is really, really, really in limbo. And that is a very difficult moment for Europe. Actually, the entire European Green Deal has been in crisis mode already since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when actually it was an acceleration of the renewable energy targets and also the clean industry development and in renewables deployment, and of course decoupling from Russian energy and decoupling from fossil fuels. So this gave an impetus to the European Green Deal. And now we are in a situation where this security dimension had been so huge, not only due to Russia's aggressive policies, but also the withdrawal of the United States from European, security backup. So it's about defense. And now we have also budgetary means for that. But what does this mean for industrial policy and in particular just transition? That is actually our focus. There had been the big reports by Letta and Draghi. There were reflecting on this competitiveness challenge, rightly, identifying a lot of these challenges and also identifying a huge investment gap. But what I would say that nobody has really defined on how we understand competitiveness in this context. In the backsodes, it was about the competitiveness that is really like focused on clean technology, so clean technology competitiveness. But we are talking about more than that. And it's also not very clearly defined whether it is about how much is it about innovation, how much is it about costs, energy and labor, and flexibilization. And these are all questions not answered. More importantly, there is a clear industrial investment gap in Europe. And that is, this is at least the direct climate investment gap that is different estimations, the European Commission's International Energy Agency, Bloomberg, and the French I4CE Institute. All are clear about at least having 400 billion investment gap yearly. Just a short glimpse. This is an ECB, European Central Bank, analysis on the overall fiscal gap. That is not only the climate. That actually Europe and the countries are having. In this is including the demographic gap, which is due to demographic change. And this is, of course, with massive implications on social spending, the defense gap and the climate gap. And we end up at figures that are at the European, so the Eurozone average 5% per year, but in some member states almost up to 10%. So it's really, really, really huge. And that we really have to keep in mind that we are talking about an investment offensive. We're talking about competitiveness, but with a huge investment need, and where this investment need is not secured. There are no resources. We come back to that, and that is the biggest problem here. So it's now I'm just going back to the original article's focus that was looking at the Green Deal and a little bit looking back. Yeah. So okay. It started of decarbonization of the economy, net zero, and also as put into climate law. And this process is, at least the process that we are having now, is going to be accelerated with the 2040 target. It should be, otherwise we don't never manage that. The breakthrough was that the implementation of the Green Deal was made sure with the Fit for 55 package that was about to have concrete policies, and this is all the related policies that I'm not getting into detail, but you know, it is from car emission standards to forest strategy and European emission trading system, and also extending the European emission trading system, refuel EU. So everything, and that was a really big achievement. I mean, because before that, in the 2019 announcement, well, it was nice and moonshoot and declarations and talk, but what happens in practice and what is the real policy? And this is the real policy, and that was actually quite an achievement that even after and during the COVID period, this was still possible. But at the same time, this was also a moment of truth, that it will also have some pain coming with that. And that was mostly clear with the ETS2, the emission trading system for transport and buildings, that is directly affecting the population. And this gave the occasion to set up the climate adjustment fund, the social climate fund. That was actually now the biggest pillar of the just transition framework. Now, I come now to these because, well, okay. So I come shortly to the tools, what we have for in Europe now, 4 minutes, okay? For just transition policies. Before that, a little bit on the principle, because so for me, we are always talking about nobody should be left behind. Yeah, this is kind of the just transition objective. This is okay, but this is not enough. The more important thing is to make change possible, because we need change and we need a tremendous amount of change. Facilitate this change and making this change possible without big social sacrifice. And that means fair sharing of the costs, but also of the benefits, and manage the transformation properly. And these include labor market transitions, these include distributional effects of climate policies, how to deal with these, and also affordability and accessibility of low carbon technologies, and all this together should be based on a participatory justice principle, involvement of social partners, trade unions, stakeholders, at all levels of this process. So this is actually what is understood, but how can this be delivered in an environment that actually we were talking about before, that with that existential geopolitical threat, and a lack of funding, because we don't have the resources. So the instruments that we had was certainly the Just Transition Fund. That is super useful and it's very important. It is critical for regions that are carbon intensive, and it is also focused on these regions, but it is extremely limited. It is offering good practices, but it's, I mean, it's just a piece, yeah. Then the Social Climate Fund, that is a bigger instrument, and that is now almost seen as a universal instrument for addressing a lot of transformation effects, both in mostly distributional, but also accessibility and affordability issues. But we still need to have in mind that this Social Climate Fund was actually set up as a compensation for the effects what the ETS2 is doing, because the ETS2 has direct market effect and digressive effect on the population. And this Social Climate Fund was meant to be compensating that. But now we want this Social Climate Fund to cover everything. that almost everything that is that has to do. We have the Council recommendation that is very important, especially for the governance of just transition and how member state should deal with this challenge. But it is, of course, a soft law regulation. It is nothing there. It has no hard law context. Yes.
1 minute.
Okay, so and then not to forget about the Next Generation EU program and the RRF that was actually by default giving the main support, but it was repurposed from the COVID targeted. Here there is an overview we had on some of these tools, how the size of these, the relevance for just transition, how is it aligned with the just transition objectives and principles, and how we estimate it. I'm skipping that, but what we see here is that we have a patchwork, policy patchwork, very useful, important policies, but they are not comprehensive, that they are not linked together yet, and they are also not responding to the new policy focuses like industrial policy and competitiveness. So what is the link between just transition, industrial policy, and competitiveness? This is actually still quite a question. And now the biggest fear or concern we have from the labor and social side is that given all these challenges, given this massive transformation and the lack of resources, because even if there was a reform and flexibilization of the Stability and Growth Pact, and now we have extra funding for defense, but that is far nothing to address all these challenges, all the transformational challenge, the industrial policy challenge, competitiveness challenge, and the just transition challenge. So it's really far from that. And then the concern is that we end up in a flexibilization and simplification agenda. Sure, we need to have a simplification process because there is a huge bureaucracy, for example. Yes.
If I may, and
okay, we stop.
To this challenge, we'll discuss in details later, but what will be your main recommendation of the way forward?
Yes.
One.
I mean, first we identify the big problems, the lack of coordination, so fragmented instruments, but it's not only about the instruments that are fragmented, but it's also a gap between the European level and the member states level. So how you bring down policies effectively to the member state level. Then we have the lack of resources. That is really kind of the elephant in the room. Without that, and of course, we hoped that there would be a successor kind of funding after the RFF is expiring end of next year. We have a huge hole there because such an instrument that is a debt financed instrument for future investment is seemingly not going to happen, or it is not in the discussion. So this is a big thing. Okay, and law. Okay, I just showed some of the recommendations.
We can let
recommendations. Some of the recommendations are
I would
here.
have a lot of comments on
Good.
this.
Okay.
But I let the floor to Francois.
Thank you.
Francois.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm really happy to be here. It was a real pleasure to read this very interesting paper from Bella and Philippe, which offers a comprehensive and insightful analysis of EU policy dynamics between 2019 and 2024 regarding the European Green Deal and the Just Transition agenda. I have to say that for me, it was bringing me back to my European Parliament years, because I spent the last 5 years there. so I could live or relive what we experienced from inside the parliament with your paper. I think the paper highlights very well the achievements, the shortcomings of the European Green Deal and its just transition dimension, as well as the potential future trajectories. You very well framed the inherent tensions between the environmental sustainability, social justice, competitiveness, and fiscal constraints. And you offer a very illuminating diagnosis of why the EU's approach to just transition remains incomplete and fragmented. In my remarks, I would like to highlight key aspects of the paper and concentrate on current challenges, and maybe give you also the opportunity to go back to the different policy implications that you were mentioning. First, I think the paper puts the right emphasis on the misalignment of EU and national competences with climate governance framework on the one hand, and energy, social and employment policy on the other hand. And also the right emphasis on the reform of the fiscal rules as two key challenges for the just green transition. Regarding that second aspect, fiscal policy in particular, you rightly point out that the fiscal rules do not allow member states to mobilize sufficient resources to bridge the financing gaps related to climate and social investments, but also that the remaining focus on the two rules, the 3% deficit to GDP ratio and the 60% debt to GDP ratio, will put pressure on non-investment budgetary items such as social expenditure. Your answer, which I share, is that under the current rules, a viable option to have as an answer to this is a second or NGEU 2.0 fund secured via EU bond issuance focused on industrial policy and just transition objectives. But something that I was missing a little, and I wonder if you could maybe further elaborate on, is alternative financing mechanisms, such as a wealth tax, or a tax on the billionaires, as proposed, for instance, by Gabriel Zuckman, which was recently discussed at the G20, which could at least mobilize resources to at least in part bridge the financing gaps that you mentioned. Is there maybe a reason for not integrating alternative financing mechanisms in the paper, or do you think is it linked maybe to the fact that you see more political support for an RRF 2.0 rather than new redistributive mechanisms? That's the first question. I'd also like to have your views, and maybe that of the Commission as well, on the fact that the Commission has now proposed the activation of the national escape clause to allow for defense spending. And to me, it seems that this is the recognition that there is no sound and compelling economic justification to maintain public finance in line with these arbitrary numerical benchmarks, the 3% and 60% ratios. The assumption behind this suspension of the rules is that Russia poses an existential threat, right? Well, is climate change not an existential threat as well? While I see the difficulty in the current political context, and this is a second question, shouldn't progressives push for a whatever it takes approach to climate? Is the defense spending not opening a breach for climate? We know that investing in the green transition will also have multiplier effects that will help resolve deficit and debt ratios in the long run, even if it means increasing them in the short run. So isn't there something that we should point at here in relation to the just green transition? I come to the austerity competitiveness nexus of your paper. And regarding the austerity dimension first, it is worth mentioning that the increase in defense spending is limited to 4 years, which means that there will be a catching up effort after 2029. So not only are we maintaining austerity rules except for the defense sector, but the additional spending on defense will imply more austerity in 5 years, with the risk that it will create new pressures on the just and green transition, and in particular on the non-investment budgetary categories that you mentioned rightly in the paper, such as social expenditures. I think this should also be an element of concern with what comes next in this austerity competitiveness dimension. On competitiveness itself, the paper rightly mentions the important risk of a deregulatory and flexibilization agenda, which would not only jeopardize the prospect of strengthening the social dimension of the European Green Deal, but could also further aggravate inequalities and labor standards. These risks seems to materialize in view of the recent development with the first omnibus proposal on the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and the EU Green Taxonomy, which constitute an ambitious legislative framework for common mandatory European sustainability reporting standards. And I think the stop the clock vote is happening today. I don't know whether it already took place. Even the ECB recently warned that weakening rules could risk another financial crash because it could deprive banks of the information they need from companies to assess their own exposure to climate change risks. I think this also needs to be part of the discussion, and the just and green transition agenda will just fall apart if we have another financial crash. And one last thing that I would like to mention, I would be interested on your take maybe on something you mentioned in the beginning of your introduction regarding the definition, the very definition of competitiveness. How do we balance the objective of competitiveness with the need for an ambitious green just transition? What does it mean to have competitive sustainability? And do you have any personal views on how we should put this forward? Maybe a last comment. To give you also an opportunity to come back to the policy implications of your research. In one of the policy implications that you mentioned, you say we need a holistic approach with a variety of instruments, building a coherent system which includes climate, economic, industrial, labor market, and social policies. I simply wanted to ask you whether you could elaborate a little bit more on the kind of policies that should be part of this comprehensive framework, and whether you see opportunities with the forthcoming second action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights, which I know Sebastiano is working on, and the EU's anti-poverty strategy. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francois. So there is really a lot on the table. Bella's presentation and also Francois' comments. We would like to listen for this policy panel, two perspectives on these key issues. They were key in the previous legislation. Let's see how much key will be in the next one. I will start with a business perspective. Anna, please.
No, but it's working? No?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really sorry I will have to leave at 2:30 sharp, so yes, I'd like to start with this. Anyway, it's a very important and timely discussion, given how the world is changing quickly. I'm sure everybody was shocked with the tariffs that we've learned today from Donald Trump. We will not know what will happen tomorrow. We will really not. Anything can happen, right? So the situation has changed enormously. That's why also the discussions need to adapt a little bit. And going back to the things that we've discussed 2 years ago, also on the financial framework probably is maybe not the most appropriate or relevant approach. Anyway, for us, for Business Europe, economic and social well-being go hand in hand and are mutually nurturing. It's impossible to have economic growth without social thriving, and also the social model of social Europe is not possible to be sustained without economic growth. This is very simple. We need money to finance it. The question about competitiveness, Bella, it's funny because I thought it's so obvious, but competitiveness means that we provide good quality products, services, quickly to the customers that need them and are ready to pay for that, ideally cheaper than your competitors. You are able to adapt quickly to the changes. You also provide good after-sales services. And internally, you use your resources in a smart way. Resources can be time, human resources can be money. So this is competitiveness. This is what we talk about, that we use the resources we have in a smart way. I could also reflect that another vague term for us is really just transition. What is just transition? This is a very subjective idea, and anybody in this room probably have different dimensions of just transitions or necessary elements of that. From business perspective, we prefer to talk about sustainable green transition. And by definition, this kind of sustainable transition will be just because it will last. It will result in accompanying companies and workers in changes, reskilling, upskilling, taking up new challenges in the labor world. Now, another thing that we have to take into consideration, the latest GDP data confirmed again that Europe's economy is stagnating and lagging behind key competitors. When you look at the EU GDP growth between Q4 2024 and Q4 2023, it grew by 0.2%. That means nothing. So this is reality. And the EU GDP has stagnated at 70% of US per capita over the last 30 years. So this is really shocking, and we have to acknowledge this is the situation that we are facing, and that means that problems that we've had on the labor market and in the economic environment have been persistent for many, many decades. Now it's really the time to attack these problems and solve them. The stagnation, we see that there are three main reasons for this. Is high energy costs, excessive regulation, and skills and labor force shortages in all member states or sectors or levels of skills spectrum. This is very, very serious. Without growth and strong industry, Europe will be weaker. This is very clear. There will be less jobs, there will be less welfare. So basically, when we talk about competitiveness versus austerity, it's really talk about austerity versus non-existence. So the question is, do we need to mobilize ourselves in order to ensure that we still mean something at the global stage, economically. Then, for us, it has been mentioned that there are different division of competencies between the EU level and the national level, and we think this is appropriate because the countries have very different starting points. You will have the countries like my country, Poland, with a huge mining or energy-intense sectors that have a different way to go to countries that are a little more organized or use different energy sources, for example, France or Scandinavian countries. So, in fact, this is clear that the green transition will affect differently various parts of society and different sectors of our economy. That will be different impacts on certain regions, companies, types of workers also, or specific skills. And also there will be a different timeline for these changes. There will be industries and skills families or skills or professions that will be impacted immediately or very profoundly. The others one with the domino effect will be impacted later on. This all needs to be accompanied in a right way, in appropriate way, both in helping companies to go through this transition, but also accompany workers in effective job-to-job transitions. Because the idea is not to upskill and reskill anybody without an idea where he or she will go. And maybe last point on this, we talk about the lack of funds. We think that there are funds. They just have to be used in a better way, more efficiently, avoiding doubling the sources for the same purpose. And also, please do not remember, but that business has invested already enormously in technological change, not waiting for EU money, not waiting for appropriate framework, because this is the core of our existence. We need to change in order to remain relevant and competitive in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big existential question. Big existential questions entails different answers and opinions. This is, I think, this possibility of debating is one of the why Europe is rich in a way, not maybe economically. Frank.
Very much for the invitation, and also on my side, congratulations on a very interesting and informative chapter. Like Francois, I also could recognize our efforts in there, our efforts to build something we would like to call a just transition policy framework. You call it a patchwork in this piece, and we accept that. So maybe I could start by saying I think we agree with many of the messages made in this report. Notably that there's a need for a holistic approach for mainstreaming just transition across all policy areas, involving all policy areas, the need for stronger coordination. Also the EBSCO Council, the Labour Ministers' Council agreed to this. I will say a bit something about the framework when we discussed with them the state of play of just transition. We agree also with some of your, let's say, weaknesses you seem to identify, or let's say open hidden spots, like better addressing the needs of vulnerable populations in the just transition framework. We agree that while it is there on paper, maybe in terms of present implementation, we can strengthen this. And we certainly also agree, and this is a commitment, that on the need of more funding and let's say effective use of all types of fundings, including at national level. The ones you mentioned, the Just Transition Fund, the Social Climate Fund, which are key elements of the Just Transition Framework, are important in their own regard. But they address very specific issues and are limited. So, and we also support this. In terms of just transition definition, probably there's no single definition to read out. We often refer to the fact that the transition in itself will not be inclusive automatically, but that we need political measures to do so. There are opportunities, there's scope to create jobs, to create quality jobs in the transition, but this requires political support. And so the just transition is one where all people, all sectors find support, are being empowered in this transition. And there's a kind of fair sharing of costs, benefits, efforts, and an attention to regressive effects which need to be compensated, and to ensure affordability along the way, including affordability for new sustainable goods and products which are being helped. And just transition also includes support to businesses and industries in this transition through different tools we may want to set up, carbon contracts for difference or others, but to de-risk for a certain transition period on the activities moving to a new business model. This said, I would probably like to start by adding two mixed pictures, ones on the context and the challenges, and ones on the measures we have tried to put in place and the way forward. So when it comes to the context, I liked a lot the discussion this morning on the need for hope, on the need for a hopeful message, on the need of a message of feasibility. I think that's one we have to take into account despite all the challenges this wants to address. And so here I think there are a couple of messages of hope, and maybe one key comment we have to make when we read the chapter references to the risks of abandoning the Commission or the EU, abandoning the Green Deal or the transition. I think we feel is not justified. You mentioned how the Commission reacted to COVID and other crises. The Green Deal has been reconfirmed by this Commission with a focus on implementation that, to my understanding, also includes the implementation of just transition policies. But there's a focus on implementation that doesn't exclude that there could be further developments, but this commitment is certainly there and outspoken. A lot of the tools which have been developed, I'll mention a few in a minute, include social dimensions, skill-related aspects, just transition aspects, and we may want to discuss whether this is being done sufficiently. And also, I think there's one important change that often in the past the discussion was referred to a just transition in view of quality of life, fairness towards future generations. This is very important, intergenerational fairness, but I think we have come to a point where we see the impacts of climate change in our daily lives. It's now understood that this is a challenge for now, and it's not to play one generation against each other. It's also something where we can't avoid inaction, where the costs of inaction and distributional effects, negative distributional effects of inaction, risk being much, much higher, including for vulnerable groups, than the costs of action. So on the positive side, we think there's an increased investment focus. You have seen the debates in Germany and the change of the basic law, which does open up funding opportunities for defense, but also for infrastructure, also for climate change, and even has put the climate neutrality by 2045 in that case, and impact assessments on impacts of all policies on climate change agenda into the constitution. That's something which I think is a positive development. We also, recently there was the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue Conference with a focus on renewables. Countries like Kenya, they are outside the European Union, which are close to 100% renewables. 85% of energy production in those countries is renewable. And many speakers also referred to that an investment trigger point had been reached in renewables, something you can't go back behind whatever the political risks and changes are. Let's hope, but at least this positive message was shared. On the downside, obviously, there are many, yes, so all big US banks have left the net zero alliance, so there are signs of deviating or disinvesting in this area. There's greenwashing in parts of industries as well. And you even had the US making an official declaration at the UN General Assembly stating, I quote, sustainable development is not in our national interest, end of quote, which is surprising, but which is obviously different to address in this context. I would like to add another point on mixed measures for the state of implementation of the Just Transition Agenda. You have described all of this in the paper very well. Just to highlight that the Climate Target Plan setting a new target for 2040 does refer to the need for social policy, solidarities, and to address just transition and sustainable competitiveness in two equally important enabling factors for the transition. Easier said than done, but the attention is there and we are tasked to work this out. There's an action plan for skill and labor shortages, another one for affordable energy, so actions are being put in place to address this. And the Clean Industrial Deal in particular, there's a specific chapter on skills, social considerations, just transition, which does announce and many initiatives. The quality jobs roadmap had been mentioned before, but also, for example, reinforced support to workers in restructuring processes, anticipation and management of change. I think today or now, this week, the Commission is revising the European Globalization Adjustment Fund to allow its proactive, forward-looking use. And there are other investment tools being developed, facilitating state aid, the European Industrial Decarbonization Accelerator Bank, state aid framework. I'm not an expert on all of those, but I think means are being activated to ensure that public and private investments together can be met. In this context, two initiatives from our side I should mention. The Fair Transition Recommendation was mentioned. This is a soft law, yes, and this morning a speaker said, Paul Copeland said, recommendations could disappear as quickly as they come. I hope, back to differ, recommendations have the big advantage they cannot be withdrawn. They have been spoken out. It becomes a question of implementation and active monitoring, and that's what we're trying to do. We'll have in May and June of this year the second round of progress review with member states, with social partners, with civil society. You're all invited to give us feedback how this goes. And obviously that's something which can be developed further, and the future actions, the quality jobs roadmap and others will build on the feedback here. And in this context, we are setting up something which we want to call a European Fair Transition Observatory. It's a question of a few weeks, not that we start it off. It will be a collection of evidence, data on impacts, but also best practices. We want to share widely with the public, to engage a public discussion, going beyond official statistics here and to have an open discussion on actual impacts of the transition. And you are all invited. We'll set up an advisory board to guide us, and new questions which came up in the discussion today on competitiveness or now effects on sectors, the automotive sector, steel and metal recently or others, will have to be figured. This observatory has been selected as one of the flagship initiatives under the Clean Industrial Deal. It's now a question also of making it work and making it a useful tool for an open public discussion. And in the interest of time, I'll come back. So we like the chapter a lot. It reflects well the developments. We think it's at times a bit maybe too negative or lacking hope when it comes to investment or austerity. We don't see that risk, as I tried to say, on a new era of austerity in this context. We certainly don't abandon the Green Deal and continue working on it. The section 2.1, you know how much I'm attached to the Fair Transition Recommendation, because our unit which developed this was set up in July 21 when the Fit for 55 package was adopted. It did include the Social Climate Fund at the time, but it also included in the communication the call to set up this recommendation. And this did reflect, even if it's only a recommendation, it did reflect that there were tense political discussions on what are the actual employment and social impacts and that they need to be taken into account. So let's build on this recognition. It's still there and it's more relevant than ever. And maybe two minor points. It's very interesting, the tables you have looking at target groups and that, let's say, the the content, the just transition related content of different areas. We think probably on research and innovation, it's a bit harsh, but it's interesting to know how we can do better through Horizon Europe or others to include this just transition elements. We try to mainstream this also in research. And last but not least, you have a reference to the environmental area where this seems to be absent. You have the 8th Environmental Action Programme, which also, for example, has called upon the Commission to develop well-being indicators, which is something we are working on. They're not necessarily in the political agendas now, but this is something which does exist and there's attention to it and which we hopefully can build. Thanks a lot for sharing all those ideas with us. And we will be working, other colleagues not in our unit, on developing the quality jobs roadmap together with the social partners. There will be consultations, and I think this will be one of the vehicles also maybe to think about further development.
Thank you very much, Frank. I presume that unfortunately, again, we will not have time for questions from the audience. You think so? One or two? I don't know. You keep the time. Yeah. So maybe let's go. If anybody has maybe one question for Anna, because Anna has to go. Thank you very much has to go shortly. So please, don't be shy. Okay. So what I think, yeah, please.
Hi. Then I want to use the chance. If I look at the title, Roland Kulke from Transform Europe, based in Brussels. If I look at the title, Between Competitiveness and Austerity, and then just green transition. So as a provocation to you, in a nice way, aren't we over-competitive? Because otherwise, why wouldn't we have been attacked by the United States? Because they complain all the time. Whenever I look at the table, we have export surplus. At least I'm not a full economist, but we seem to be pretty competitive. But I see a huge lack in just transition. You know, even in Brussels, I can see. So I would like to have a 1-minute reflection on this. In my sense, over competitiveness of the European economy. Thanks.
Difficult question, but I wouldn't use Brussels as a blueprint for changes, you know. It's a special city, I would say. Anyway, the economic indicators are unfortunately very brutal when showing what we can do. How much costs things, how much time things take to be produced, to be serviced, to be approved, to innovation. So I think that the problem of European economy is mainly that we are losing time because there is over regulation, many different procedures that have to be followed. Let's take something that is not really maybe that controversial, the professional recognition of professional qualifications. We have regulated professions and unregulated. And then, so you have 7 that are regulated, okay, but the rest, no. And each country has almost a different approach to how recognize qualifications of people from other member states. I don't talk about third country nationals. In the situation when we drastically lack people and we would like to people move to be able to work where their talents are needed. So, and there are many examples like this. Business Europe, in the run-up to this new commission, we prepared our 68 concrete proposals of simplification of concrete regulations. And when I use the word simplification, I use it with confidentiality. It is not deregulation. Simplification is not about changing laws. Simplification is not about changing protection workers' rights. It is about making it simpler, digitalizing it. Another example that is now being discussed everywhere is the declaration. Big, nice digital, simple tool, still very difficult to have it deployed on a voluntary basis across EU. I really think that if we do not get our act together, that sometimes means maybe like, you know, in couples, for when you may have to make compromises to still stick together. If we do not do this kind of compromises, which, yes, this is give and take, that has to be reasonable, we will not go anywhere. So really looking at competitiveness through the lenses of regulation, time consumed by enterprises to, for example, proceed with the patents, proceed with some human resources processes, mobility of workers. This is something that simply slows us down. Having said that, the direction where the US goes, I don't think that should be our goal. Now we have to be smart in the European way, and I believe we can do it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, a lot of, I would like all of you to react to what has been said. Maybe, you know, some questions were specific to each of you, some considerations you might have been, you know, felt cold on the, so some final 2 minutes statements, let's say. Bella.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments and some questions as well. I think how many minutes I have for this? Okay. So I cannot go through all, yeah? But starting from Françoise, and thanks a lot. Well, yes, okay. We agree that the NGU 2.0, so the continuation or a new revival of the RFF would be the best thing, but this is not very likely, as even, you know, the minimalistic version of using some of this facility of the postponement of the debt repayment and interest rate payments that are actually originally planned until 2085, that would actually free up quite a couple of $100 billion, but that doesn't go either, yeah? Or at least it was not, there is no support for that. So then the question is, okay, raising new revenues at European level, and this has been so long in the discussion, you know, financial transaction tax, environmental taxation, yes, tax to reach, and so on. These are all valid points, and we would need that, but somehow all this is getting stuck, you know, because you need, you know it much better than me, how decision making takes place, how member states are blocking changes. So that would be good, but yes, it's politically not so much in the cards, but we still have to raise support for that. And then the reality now is that we are reallocating and reshuffling existing funds. And yes, okay, there is a potential in this because we have already like dispatch work and with all these different facilities that are not even used properly because, or at least the time it takes to get to the funding is long, yes. So but it doesn't mean that there is no demand for these funds. It's only the procedure that are difficult and also the member states' ability. So there is potential in that, so to raise the efficiency, but, well, I mean, that wouldn't solve the problem itself, yeah? And that may also create new problems because now, for example, we see that different other EU funds are mostly repurposed also for just transition objectives like the cohesion funds, but the cohesion funds, of course, they have a huge relevance, but I mean, they also have a core objective, and so there are crowding out effects here. So there are limits of this, yeah? But certainly this is one way where things are going. Defense spending and now the exemption exemption for defense, if this is opening up a new window or for future practices, it's a question. It can be both. Yeah, it can be. We can have a backlash from that on social and climate spending, but it can also be a door opener. Yeah, but it depends. Okay, so on some of the points, Anna was raising a lot of points, and then Frank, I would pick one that was common and dropped quality, because under just transition, we also have this in mind, that jobs that are being created in a green economy should be good jobs. And this is not the case, or not necessarily and not automatically the case, as we see a lot of evidence for that in different sectors, and it is not only the waste handling sector, but it's also the wind and the solar sector, and even the automotive sector and the battery sector in particular, where the job quality is really, really problematic. So that should be, and this is where we really need, first of all, the role of public procurement that is on discussion. Under discussion now, that it should be one vehicle, then social and labor conditionalities to be attached to every public funding project. Yeah, so each and every time there is industrial policy initiative, investment incentive, state aid, and everything, social and labor conditionality. These are actually easy things to do, but still we didn't get there. So I think I have to cut. Yeah.
No, I will listen to you seriously, long time, but also for the sake of the next panel, where there is my heroic colleague Jessica. The chapter is intellectually stimulating. We had a rich discussion. So Francois first, and Frank then. Let's say one key point, key message after this that you would really like to highlight in one, two sentences.
Maybe 2 sentences.
Okay.
No, I want to mention one thing. I'm working for Olivier de Schutter, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on extreme poverty and human rights. And one of the things he works on is, and he presented a report to the United Nations in June 2024 on eradicating poverty beyond growth, in which he showed that poverty reduction strategies until now have relied on growing the economy, increasing the GDP, that is seen as a precondition for everything else, and then followed by a tax and transfer approach. This model is reaching its limits. It is based on the myth of green growth, which is in fact not realistic, taking into account the full range of environmental impacts of our growth model, not only greenhouse gas emissions, but also other forms of pollution, biodiversity loss, resource use. And second, this model is, it leads to policy choices which, in the name of growth, create the very social exclusion and fragilities growth was meant to address. For instance, flexibilizing labor, deregulating business, reducing taxes on corporations, placing more of the tax burden on households. If I'm mentioning this, it's because, and it's not me who is mentioning the risk of deregulation, it's the EU watchdogs. When I was mentioning the ECB, I was mentioning the vice president of the ECB in a Financial Times article based on a working paper of the ECB saying there's a risk of a deregulatory agenda that can lead to a financial crash. If I'm mentioning this, is because there's a risk that the competitiveness approach that we have now, based on growth, and the argument was made a little earlier, will lead to this flexibilization, deregulatory agenda. And this will not help us fight poverty, have more social inclusion, or improve quality standards in terms of employment. Just maybe one last comment. I think the paper makes a very good point at the introduction. It mentions that There are two aspects. I think you're quoting Mandeli in this related to social transition. Let's say it's climate justice on the one hand and just transition on the other hand. Climate justice being about people affected by climate, extreme weather events, and on the other hand, just transition. How do we compensate for the impact of green policies, mostly focused on workers? The Commission's approach is mostly focused on the second one. It has this compensatory logic. I think it's important to think of these two, climate justice and just transition, aspects in a related manner as what some have called a justified bifurcation. So the need to have an integrated eco-social perspective on this transition, and this means triple dividend policies. I think you've mentioned that in the past. Adaptive social protection, participatory decision-making processes, etc. Well, I'll stop here, but I think we need this integrated approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francois. Frank.
Points. The focus, I think, as we see it, is on competitiveness, job quality, and anticipation, dimension of change while we are decarbonizing our economies and society. So it's not a choice between one or the other. And you see it, for example, as I mentioned, the Clean Industrial Deal, the Commission tries to step up support to restructuring, but it says related to shared transition strategies and plans. Or we insert new price signals, which make it certain services and goods more costly for consumers, while at the same time promoting access to essential services. So those have to go together. And maybe one last point we have not discussed a lot, but this morning it came, solidarity is key, but this includes international solidarity. So we also have to have this discussion and let's say develop the opportunities of renewables or other circular economy and others together with other partners. And I'm not the right person to say who are the best partners now, but certainly to extend that. Well.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, and many thanks to Bela and Philippe Pochet for this chapter that I really suggested to read. Thank you.
Before losing the dynamic, let's move to this panel on the future of the European Health Union. This panel is dedicated to the chapter written by my colleague Jessica Martini, entitled From Health Security to the Strengthening of Health Systems, What's the Future for the European Health Union? So let me briefly introduce our panelists. First, of course, Jessica. Jessica is a senior researcher at the OSE. She is our expert in healthcare. Jessica's chapter will be then discussed by Rita Batten. Rita Batten, before being a happy young retiree, Rita was a senior policy analyst at the OSE, where we've been colleagues for 2 decades. So Rita, it's really my pleasure to have you back in business, even if it's just for the afternoon. And then we have 2 policymakers, namely Pedro Facon, who is the Deputy CEO of the National Institute of Health and Disability Insurance, l'INAMI, and then Yanis Natsis, who is the director of the European Social Insurance Platform. Thank you for all for being there. So Jessica, I will give you the floor to introduce the subject and present your very rich chapter, and you have 13 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Dalila. Yes, sorry for the voice, but I hope I will make it. So I'm very happy to present the chapter dedicated to the European Health Union. The terms first appeared in the political narrative during the COVID-19 pandemic, when Ursula von der Leyen declared that we had to build a strong European Health Union to respond to crises such as the COVID-19. But it was not very clear what it was meant behind the European Health Union. There is 2 main perspectives have emerged. There is certainly the health security perspective. It's a term that was coined to respond to crisis. but at the same time it has raised expectation in terms of the ability of the European Union to support the strengthening of the day-to-day functioning of national healthcare system. So I'm very happy to discuss the scope and the future of this term. The chapter present look back and forward. We will look back at what was done during the first time of Ursula von der Leyen, the first Commission. And it's interesting to see that last year the Commission published a communication where a parallel was made between EU health policy and the European Health Union, because all action that have been implemented during the term around health were presented as having contributed to building the European Health Union. We also dive into the work of the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU, which was during the first half of last year, to see how the Belgian presidency tried to shape the debate on the European Health Union, notably by adopting Council conclusion, which make concrete proposal for the European Health Union and to keep health high on the agenda of the next Commission. And we'll finally look at the next Commission, at the current Commission, let's say, with the action that are planned to complete the European Health Union. So if we look back at what was done to build the European Health Union, there is no single definition of what a European Health Union is, but the communication published last year states that this union is built on three pillars: the health crisis framework, the security of medical supply, and modern and innovative health policy. We tried to associate the different action to one of these pillars, and this exercise was very easy for the first pillar, since it includes all action that are part of a package which is referred to as the Health Union, European Health Union package. It's all that measures that were adopted quite quickly, relatively quite quickly, within 2 years, which aim to reinforce the EU ability to respond to crisis, health crisis, and to prepare for cross-border health threats by giving new mandates to EU agency and by creating a new authority, HERA, which is charged of the supply of medical countermeasures. The second pillar can also be linked to one strategy. It's the pharmaceutical strategy that the Commission published in 2020. Here, the issue is a bit more controversial or complex. It took 3 years for the Commission to propose concrete reforms with the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation, and the proposals are still in the hand of the co-legislator today. In the meantime, some measures have been proposed to address the shortages of medicines, measures that were backed and pushed, let's say, by Belgium and other member states, but which mainly rely on voluntary mechanisms. The third pillar is the one which is more fragmented, let's say. It cannot be linked to one package or to one strategy. It's more a collection of initiatives that have been taken to modernize and innovate or to address a specific disease. We can see here on the slide, without going into details, but there are 2 binding regulations which introduce a European health data space and which introduce measures for the quality and safety of substances of human origins. And then you have a series of recommendations and plans and guidelines for addressing cancer, non-communicable diseases, and mental health. But here as well, there has been a certain delay in proposing some measures, notably related to prevention, and it's more related to voluntary mechanism and power. A last point on the past is that the European Health Union was launched with the promise, and it was effectively so, of an increase in the budget to be allocated to the DL program, which scope was also extended. And this was interpreted at the time as the willingness of the member states of finally open the gate of EU competencies on health, and as a prominence that health was taking in the EU agenda. Now we try to make the same exercise for the Belgian presidency to see how the topics that were tabled and the measures that were proposed under the Belgian presidency have contributed to the building of this European Health Union. I won't go into details, but I hope the slide conveys the message, which is that the measures that were discussed during the Belgian presidency and proposed in the Council conclusion on the future of the European Health Union try to shift the focus from health crisis and health preparedness to issues that are more related to everyday resilience of national healthcare systems. We can mention all the efforts that were made for addressing shortages of medicines. The Critical Medicine Alliance was launched under the Belgian presidency. And also there is in the Council conclusion a series of measures to address and reduce the implementation gap regarding prevention of NCDs and the measures that are planned in the cancer plan. There are also requests to assess how the internal market instruments affect and impact the healthcare workforce, or to better align health and healthcare policy to the needs of patients and society. On a transversal side, the Council conclusion also invites the Commission to improve EU implementation tools, such as joint actions under funding under EU for Health. And they also recall that access to healthcare is a fundamental right, and this topic was also reaffirmed in the Social Affairs Council filière with the La Hulpe Declaration, which reaffirmed the idea that the European Pillar of Social Rights should remain the compass of European social policy. Now, if we try to see what is planned for the next 5 years, I think it's important to start from the goals that are meant to be achieved with the European Health Union. And it was also said this morning, when we read the political guidelines that were presented, it's clear that most of the action planned for health and healthcare are meant to support two main goals: the improving EU prosperity and competitiveness, ensuring defense and security, and that they only marginally relate to the EU social model. Most of these actions are in the hands of the Commissioner for Health and Healthcare, which was mandated to complete the European Health Union by addressing a series of issues. I put on the slide the issues that are also mentioned in the Council conclusion adopted under the Belgian presidency, and it's clear that the proposal of the Critical Medicines Act is the key legacy of the Belgian presidency for the next 5 years. Then there are also a series of measures that are more linked to the innovation side, like supporting biotechnology, manufacturing, integration of artificial intelligence, the cybersecurity of hospital and healthcare, areas where the Commissioner for Health will have to work with other commissioners, Commissioner for Research and for Tech Sovereignty. What is quite original in this new term is that all what is related to health crisis framework or preparedness and crisis management has been delegated to another commissioner, the Commissioner Labib, which will present a strategy for medical countermeasure with the support of ERA. Now, there are a series of topics that were presented in the Council conclusion adopted under the Belgian presidency, which do not appear in the mission letter that were presented for the mandates of the new commissioners. But let's monitor how, Francesco Corti is not here, but let's monitor how the Commissioner for Social Rights, Skills and Quality Jobs will address the needs of the healthcare workforce, issues like access to healthcare. And a final word is on funding. We have seen that the European Health Union was launched with an increase in the budget allocated to the health fund, health program. Now, for this term, what is announced is a competitiveness fund, which will merge those on a previous program, including EU for Health, which raises a bit of questions about the trade-off that will be made among sectoral priorities. To conclude, some final remarks, to be positive, let's say, the positive aspect, the merit of the European Health Union is that it provides EU stakeholders with a banner that easily conveys this idea of need of solidarity and a joint action at EU level in the field of health and healthcare. It is also more than just health security, even if it remains strongly associated to it. Now, on the more pessimistic, let's say, perspective, years ago, our previous director Van Erke here, described healthcare policy, EU healthcare policy and law as a patchwork. And despite this banner of a European Health Union, the patchwork remains. We have seen that the pillar on which the European Health Union was built were built a bit unevenly. And we have less binding action to support the strengthening of the day-to-day health systems. The fragmentation among commissioners remains, but also we have now this distinction between preparedness and that, which will be a bit monitored and risk to limit the capacity to build a coherent European Health Union and coherent health system. And so to conclude, I think what is still missing is a clear vision of what we want to achieve with the European Health Union. What are the principles and goals that will guide this European Health Union, which should not only be a function of other economic or security goals, but should be better linked to existing commitment, a commitment that has been already made in terms of health rights and social rights.
Well done, Jessica, in 12 minutes. Thank you for this very comprehensive presentation. I know it was not easy because your chapter is really rich, and then summarizing all the key messages in 30 minutes was a real challenge. Thank you for reminding us that indeed access to healthcare is a fundamental right. It's good to remind it sometimes, and to making the link with the La Hulpe Declaration signed during the Belgian presidency. Rita, you have the floor now. Please share with us your insights and your thoughts about the future of this European Health Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dalila. Thank you all. I'm so happy to be here among all these in this familiar setting. Maybe I want to point also, before I start to reflect on the paper, but more broadly also on the European Health Union. I hear the word of hybridity has been voiced here several times. Me too, I'm a bit hybrid. I'm not a senior policy analyst anymore at the OSE, but I've been for 20 years, but also I've been closely involved in the Belgian presidency at the cabinet of Frank van den Broeke, so the European Health Union. I've also dealt with it from a policy perspective. I want to congratulate you, Jessica. Really, 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 it's a rich paper. I like to read it and to give feedback on it as well in the past. I'm really happy that you take further the healthcare strand at the OSE. Really, congratulations. And your conclusions, I fully share them. So despite that there is slow progress with putting health at the European agenda, there are major developments. There is now more EU in health than there was 20 years ago, 25 years ago, but the steps are incremental. It is driven by crisis. EU health policies are driven by crisis. They are always in reaction to crisis. And we should keep in mind as well that nothing is acquired, that there are always pressures for a setback. And we see this now with the pressure on the funding for health. And very importantly also, the patchwork remains. The patchwork that is there since the very beginning of health in EU policies is still there, and not really much progress has been made in this respect. I want to give some broader reflections on EU and health policies. First, on what can we see as drivers for EU health policy, and then to give some reflections on the new context since the paper was written, because things are evolving so fastly. So I think we should also say something about the Trump administration and health. And then some ideas on where to go from here. I see three main instruments the EU has to have an impact on health policies, or to do health policies. That's legal/institutional, because they're closely linked often. Secondly, funding. And thirdly, promotes cooperation between member states in strengthening day-to-day health systems. What I understand from the paper is that on legal and institutional side, there has been progress in the last, since the European Health Union was launched. And this is in line with what we saw in the last 50 years, I would say, that most often EU legal initiatives in public health are a reaction to a health crisis. And we have seen this already in the 60s of last decade, where the thalidomide crisis with pregnant women taking unsafe pharmaceutical products, and then as a result, the babies born were misformed, led directly to creating the EU pharmaceutical legislation. So this was an important health crisis that led to EU health policies. We saw it also with the Creutzfeldt-Jakob crisis, swine flu, avian flu, Zika. They led to the ECDC, the European Center for Disease. And so first the setting up of the center and then to expanding its powers. Of course, we've also seen this with COVID. COVID was a major crisis, and there the European Health Union was set up, HERA was set up, etc. So legal and institutional initiatives at European level in the health sector directly are the result of crisis. With regard to funding, what we learned from the paper is that first after the COVID crisis, the funding increased drastically, 10 times what it was before. But now the crisis is less prominent, and there are other priorities, and now the pressure on the public health budget is becoming very strong. And so we'll forget about the lessons learned from the COVID crisis in this respect. Thirdly, cooperation in health systems. How I see it is that here progress has always been the result so far from policies in other EU policy domains. For instance, the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive was the result of the initiatives in the internal market subjecting healthcare services to the rules of the free movement of services. And so there is a direct link with health actors trying to defend their national competence, but then feeling threatened by other EU policies and reacting to it. It was with internal market, but also with the austerity measures during the financial crisis, where all of the sudden EU health actors and health authorities felt that the pressure for austerity measures in their health systems were so strong, and the reactions were putting more access dimensions in the European semester. After the COVID crisis, it even strengthened more. All member states, and Jessica analyzed this very nicely, all member states got a country-specific recommendation on access to healthcare. And the European Pillar of Social Rights, which has been discussed here already several times, is also a reaction to this fiscal pressure on social policies, but also in particular on healthcare policies. There is the cooperation on healthcare systems has been most often the reaction to policies in other policy domains at European level. What we also can see is that there is always, or very often afterwards, a push to go back to the power balances before the crisis or before things happened. For instance, in the pharmaceutical legislation, we see a permanent push to have fast-track procedures, which potentially affect safety standards which were created after the thalidomide crisis. The proportionality test directive for professional qualifications does take some elements of the services directive and applies it again to also to healthcare workers. And yeah, well, the funding, we also already discussed this partially. I think it's good to keep these mechanisms in mind when reflecting on where we have to go with European health policies, because it's important to understand what could be feasible or what could be good options. A second series of reflections are on the new context since the inauguration of the Trump administration, which was already discussed several times today from different angles. But what is, I think, very important here with regard to public health and to healthcare is that there is an unprecedented assault on science, on research institutions, and on vital international organizations and initiatives. And these have really potentially devastating effects on health globally, and also on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and on health in the EU. The independent science-based evidence and expert advice are downgraded. Funding for research and international assistance have been frozen. Thousands of researchers are in uncertainty or fired. And in particular, there are cuts in initiatives that are related to infectious diseases, such as HIV, AIDS, COVID-19, also research on vaccines, for instance, the mRNA vaccines, and funds for pandemic responses have been terminated. Needless to say that infectious diseases do not know borders. So this measures the potential impact thereof does not stay within the United States. Another key policy change is the withdrawal of the US from the WHO, where they have been for long the largest financial contributor, with accounting for about 15% of WHO's annual funding. It should be noted, nevertheless, that the USA has even funded, since a long time, large portions of the WHO Europe activities. So we may also, like it has been in defense expenditure, reflect on why is the US funding activities for Europe. Also, the negotiations, the US ceased the negotiations on the legal frameworks for the spread of diseases across borders. The pandemic treaty has been stopped, and hundreds of public health experts have been instructed to cease all communication with the WHO. This has potential impacts on outbreaks of Ebola, Mpox, polio, etc. Just to give the broad picture, and the impact on health and on EU policy level is there as well. There is, of course, an increased risk worldwide of infectious diseases. There is an increase, and this we discussed, is not directly linked to the US health and research funding, but increase in defense spending, also in Europe, which means that potentially spending in other domains like health are reduced in the future. And Europe rightly takes initiatives to reduce foreign dependency on foreign on abroad. In particular, in the healthcare sector, this is with regard to critical medicines. And so the Critical Medicines Act is not directly linked to what Trump, the initiatives of Trump, but is to try to limit the dependency from abroad with regard to healthcare and pharmaceutical products. Where should we go? I see Dalila. Yeah, in 20 seconds. Health crisis transcend borders, and we are confronted with a perma-crisis, which means that also member states do more deeply feel the interdependencies. And so we should, at national, European, and international levels, strengthen institutions and mechanisms of solidarity to strengthen public. I will keep it to there for the two.
Thank you so much, Rita, for those very meaningful comments. And I had to cut you a bit, but I'm sure that we will have time to continue the discussion, even during the coffee break, if necessary. Now, I would ask Pedro Facon for your insight as a policymaker. What do you think would be the challenge ahead when we talk about European Health Union? Pedro?
Thank you, and I join Rita in congratulating Jessica for a very nice article, which will be very useful also to share it with our civil servants in Rizivinami, to give them an idea on what's happening at the European level. And when I read it, I was thinking, I made some notes, but I was thinking, is this now a sort of autopsy of a dead corpse? Is it the diagnostic of an ill person? Probably none of both. I would say it's rather a sort of health checkup of a youngster that still has a lot of potential to grow, but needs some guidance here and there. And I agree with I think it's very descriptive, but also analytically very interesting. I agree with the fact that the European Health Union and European health policy, it's still a patchwork. I'm not sure if we need to problematize that very much, in the sense that as the European Union will never be final or complete, I think that also the European Health Union will be an ever closer union. I think it's the direction that counts, and also the dynamics in that direction that we should take into account. And by the way, I'm less worried about the fragmentation of competencies in the new Commission. You could also see it in a different way and say that the idea of health in all is maybe also a little bit stimulated by the fact that there are now multiple commissioners who have parts of competencies, but of course there needs to be coordination, that's clear, but there's two sides to look at this. I think that your article, and we shouldn't forget this in times where there's a lot of uncertainty and maybe some pessimism too, I think that a lot has been achieved. If you make that drawing, and if we only look at what has been done the last few years following COVID, of course, with strengthening of health security, institutions have been strengthened. They are being evaluated. We are looking how these institutions can function better. We have voted the EHDS, which will be very transformative when it will be implemented. It's really very, very important building block, and we are discussing a lot at national level how we will implement it, but also what it will change for professionals and for patients and for health. So it's really a very good step, and I would like to also applaud that and see what has been done. Also the initiatives that are being taken with regard to the Critical Medicines Act. We are critical also about the Critical Medicines Act, it's true. We have some suggestions, it should be strengthened. It also should be sourced, because that's also a worry we have about some ideas of strategic projects, etc. But how will we finance that and how will we regulate it? There's a lot to be done, but let's say that if we would have said like 10 years ago that all these building blocks would be there, maybe we should we would have signed at that moment for some things that are now being put into place. So I would like to give an optimistic view also, without losing our critical mindset too. I think as a policymaker, and I got a little bit annoyed maybe, but I'm easily annoyed, so that's rather my problem. A little bit with the last debate for multiple reasons, but maybe also for the reason we can complain a lot about the money being taken away, or also about the political attention shifting towards other things like defense and security or reindustrialization. But maybe we should also acknowledge that we are in a democracy with majorities, and that this is just also a simple fact where, as a policymaker, you need to adapt a little bit. You should never forget where you want to go and what your objectives are, but you also need to play with the cards you have. I'm a civil servant. When I have in Belgium, you never have a left or a right government. You also have a center-left or center-right government. But you know when a government goes a little bit more to the left, then you, as a civil servant, you play the cards where you know that the minister and the government might be interested to work a little bit on that. And then when it shifts a little bit in the other direction, you try to adapt to that. And so I think that we need to see how the health agenda can contribute also to discussions on defense and security. The Critical Medicines Act is a clear example of it. But also at European Union level, when we are talking about, okay, the budgetary constraints and the attention Europe has for it, okay, it means that the invest and reform idea, that was also an important part of the Belgian presidency of the European Union. I think that the European Union will continue to push also on the fact that the member states need to reform their social policies, etc. We do agree that, for example, in Belgium, we can talk about austerity, but for the last 15, 20 years, the health budget has constantly grown above the economic growth. So even now, it will be the same for the next few years. That doesn't mean that it's not difficult, but we are still in a clear growth rate. There are no hard cuts on healthcare in Belgium for the last 20 years. Independent of the government that was into place. For example, investing and reforming, we need to continue to invest, but we also know that there are a lot of resources that are misused or just don't have the value, because some medicines are reimbursed that don't really have the value, but also because there is so much consumption of unneeded care. And on the other hand, we have care that is not consumed because people do not find the access. So I think that we also need to, as policymakers, a little bit clean before our door before swinging all the criticism towards the politicians. So I think that for me as a policymaker, I want to do a lot with what the European Union has put on the table, with the EHDS, with everything that has to do with the Critical Medicines Act. I think that we have a lot of work on that, and already focusing on that and doing that well and implementing it to get the value out of it will already be very good. And then, of course, we know that some things, also from our ideas from the presidency, also things that I worked on a lot. So with you, Rita, on the healthcare workforce, of course, it's a crisis too, but I think we need to acknowledge and accept that for the moment at EU level, probably there is no capacity, neither resources to really do a lot on it. And I accept it. So I accept it to the extent that we will be able to, what is on the table, do that well, and try to continue to strengthen that still fragmented, but a sort of Greek temple, I think you were making. It's never bad to go back to the Greeks, I think. I'm not sure, but I think that's a little bit the message I want to give. And we can complain about the money, etc., and we can we can prune the hole in the hedge and thinking that taxing even more will solve all our problems. I think it's often a combination of a lack of macroeconomic insights and some other problems that are linked to that, because we need to be realistic. We can shift some efforts from weaker shoulders to stronger shoulders, but I think that the fiscal opportunities are also limited. So I think we need to be realistic. That would be something I want to stress here in this room. So focus on implementation, keeping the view and the vision on an ever stronger European Union and European Health Union, and knowing what lacks. We know what lacks, but we also know that it won't change immediately. And you were so right, Rita. A lot of politics, if it is at the European level or on the national level or on the local level, is often event and crisis driven. So we can hope for a next health crisis, but maybe we have enough crisis already, and we need to be prepared. There are a lot of things on the table, and we need to be able to act when the opportunity is there. I think that would be my main reaction to what is on the table, but really inspiring. And I say it again, it's also really a pedagogical instrument to distribute to a lot of people who work in national and in European health policy making, and that has a merit in itself.
Thank you, Pedro, for your realistic but positive assessment of the situation. And I will ask Yannis if he shares your view on this.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. This publication is indeed an annual highlight. So congratulations, Jessica. I read the chapter and I agree also with your conclusions. We heard from Rita and from Pedro with also the national perspective. Rita also drew the bigger picture. So from us, from the perspective of ESIP, the European Social Insurance Platform, we are based here in Brussels, advocating towards the European Union institutions on behalf of representing the interests of the statutory social insurance institutions, so the big public institutions that illustrate and grant the benefits of the welfare states that we still enjoy in Europe. One of the members of ESIP is Rizi Vinami, represented here on this panel by Pedro Facon. So I'll give a snapshot of what we see on the European level. When we talk about health, in recent years, and that started before this new commission, we see the politicization of health policies. We see the industrialization of health policies. We see that, especially with the pandemic, there was a lot of emphasis on medicines policies. And of course, that doesn't come as a surprise, taking into account that the European Union has hardcore competence on medicines-related aspects. And that, of course, doesn't come as a surprise. It is an integral part of the internal market, but of course, the availability of medicines across the European Union is a different story. What we see now with the new Commission, first of all, I would say, thank God we had the Belgian presidency at the time that we had the Belgian presidency, because we can be critical and say, what is left of the legacy of the Belgian presidency to the European Union, but I would ask how much worse things would have been if we didn't have the Belgian presidency at the specific time for, I'm referring to social protection policies and health policies specifically. Right now, obviously the emphasis is on the industrial agenda, so we need to be honest, we're talking about health technologies, not so much about health. We see already a lot of initiatives coming our way, and of course, also the new European Commissioner responsible for health, not only him, but trying to make sure that the projects, for instance, the Critical Medicines Act that was presented recently, gets prioritized. What do I mean by prioritized? I mean also by getting funded. And we see that this, for instance, is a proposal which is ambitious. It is the baby, if I can put it, of Minister Van den Broeke, and of course, a very important contribution in the right direction. But it came without money. But of course, how can it be funded at the time when the MFF negotiations are still ongoing. Our concern, and it's not really a concern, it is something that needs to be taken into account seriously, is that we see a lot of different priorities trying to get funding, of course, trying to get, I would say that there are 50 or 60 different clauses queuing at the Berlaymont, trying to get prioritized in order to get funding. What we need to put on the agenda is to make sure that, for instance, when we discuss about Europe's competitiveness, and I don't think that anyone can question the need for Europe to remain or to become, it's a question, competitive. Nobody can dispute the need for Europe to be perhaps strategically autonomous, but not for that to become a carte blanche for incentives to be granted to different sectors without any checks and balances. That's all we're trying to say, for the very simple reason because funding is limited. There is a competition for these priorities. That is more than clear, obviously with defense, but not only with defense priorities. So it is important that if we want to incentivize certain sectors, and I'm referring to the question of incentives specifically because there are important pieces of legislation being negotiated, and I'm not referring to directives or anything else, I'm talking about regulations, so binding pieces of legislation being negotiated as we speak, a few blocks down from here, that will come with granting exclusivities, granting monopolies, giving manufacturers a lot of incentives that actually cost money. And therefore, for us, it is very important to make sure that, first of all, we know what we're investing in, we know what is the return on this investment, especially when it comes to aspects of industrial strategy, because, for instance, the Critical Medicines Act, it sounds and it falls under health, but it is not really about health. It is industrial strategy. And there is potential there for instance, granting companies, for the right reasons, I don't have time to go into the details of those, but granting big amounts of money. And as Pedro said, where is this money going to come from? Let's not ignore the fact that in mid-January, for instance, we had Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, coming to the European Parliament and saying openly on the record, in Europe, we've been spending for way too long, too much money on pension, health and education. Actually, the two of these topics are very close to the heart of the institutions that are members of ESIF. And where are we going to go next? If we need to get this extra funding that we need for defense, do we need to cut it from the welfare states? Where is this money going to come from? Therefore, these are important questions now that we are at the beginning of this European legislature. Of course, with the tariffs imposed by the Trump administration, for instance, for the time being, he is exempting pharmaceuticals. If he changes his mind, which is quite likely in my opinion, and plus everything is possible nowadays, we will see a further increase in the prices. And how is Pedro, Rizi Vinami, going to be able to reimburse for these medicines? And then what are we going to do with our pensions? And I know that here we're looking at the broader social policy, and it is important to really also break the silos between social protection and health policies, because at the end of the day, what we observe is that you have a pot of honey, and this pot of honey is actually it's quite small, and everyone is trying to put all their fingers in that pot of honey. And this is what we also hear representing the big public healthcare payers. Everyone is coming and asking for higher prices. Of course, we can discuss where it is justified and where it is not justified to have these higher prices, but at the same time, we should not lose sight of the big picture. And the big picture is the sustainability so competitiveness is important, absolutely, and we are the first ones to say that we need growth and jobs in Europe because we need social contributions, otherwise we will not have the welfare state, and there comes like a chicken and the egg kind of question. But at the same time, we cannot afford to have carte blanche. And I'm a lobbyist, I'm not afraid to use this word, and I know how it works with these narratives being floated around, and and competing who is going to get the traction, who is going to get the attention, and who is going to get the money at the end of the day. Therefore, it is important. Let's see where we go next. Of course, looking back, there were some big successes. What we would have done for the COVID-19 vaccines if we didn't have the joint procurement on the EU level. We had vaccines available for all Europeans at the same time. That is not a given in the medicines world. I can assure you that that was already a success, with flaws that we can discuss. But let's see if we will, for instance, in the field of medicines, have joint procurement in the future, if we're going to go there. Let's see, there are issues that are not very high on the EU agenda, but workforce, health workforce, this is an issue that we hear across our membership. The question of digitalization. Pedro referred to the European health data space. Major piece of legislation. How will we implement it? National institutions are looking for answers, are looking to learn from each other on how to put this in practice. And much more, but I think I need to stop here, and I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis, for your comments and your view. And I will keep in mind that there is a clear need to keep in mind that we have to look at the social policies in a broad way, not only on health policies, because as you said, everything is interconnected, especially when we have to talk about funding. So after those presentations, I think we have some food for thought, and then I will open the floor to questions, comments. Don't be shy. Slavina, Bert, okay, I will take 2 questions and then.
First of all, thank you, Jessica, for this great chapter. We are really proud with this, and thank you, Rita, as a previous member of the OSE, for these great comments. Thank you, Pedro and Yanis, as always, for your great interventions. And I really like the fact that this panel brought in again the question of social protection. We haven't discussed it during today. It's so important, but it's not that much on the agenda. But here I have another question. It's about the post-industrial concern a bit, but we heard a lot at one point talking about mental health, and even this morning. So to all of you, and first maybe to Jessica, what could we expect on the EU agenda regarding mental health? Thank you.
Bart, we will take your question.
I don't know if anybody else wants to.
No, you.
Could you show the slide with the elephant?
I don't have any more. I think the slides are there. Oh.
I saw an elephant on one of your slides.
Delirium.
Or was it delirium? Okay, so Jessica, what I understand, this is an elephant. Yeah, it's the one. So this is an elephant crashing through what? The EU competences and trying to move national healthcare competences to the EU level. Yeah. And with the crisis that we had in COVID, that happened. So roughly, that's what I see in that nice illustration. So I'm just linking also to what Rita said about the crisisification of European integration, which we have applied together to EU healthcare policies. I didn't completely get, so I'm asking Jessica and Pedro and also Yanis and Rita, of course. Can you just explain in very simple terms, or just give 1 or 2 or 3 examples of things that happened, initiatives that were taken at the EU level, let's say since March 2020, since COVID, big crisis in the field of health or healthcare or public health, that leads you to conclude that, you know, this crisis has been used to do something that was not imaginable before. Because we have plenty of examples. We heard them this morning about the RRF and EU solidarity, but specifically in healthcare. Because I heard some abbreviations that I didn't understand. EHDS, NCD. I also don't know what the Critical Medicines Act is, etc. Apologies about all that. So maybe the examples are already there, but I would like to take that home. You know, a few examples. How was this crisisification used by the Commission, the Member States, to push ahead this EU agenda? Because then I will understand that elephant picture even better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bert. First on mental health. Who's start?
Maybe
Jessica?
I have to start. I don't know. I was asked to start, so I start. On mental health, yes, we will have the chance to go more deeper in the INAMI project on that style and that topic to try to better understand what the European Union want to do on mental health. I would say we should closely monitor the implementation and how things will be done. In the narrative, there is a lot of repetition about the mental health crisis and the youth, notably with the attention for youth and workers. Now, when you look at the mission letter of the next commission, the only task he has on mental health is to lead a survey at European level to understand how digitalization and screen use is impacting mental health of the youth, which I found a bit, yes, I would expect more, since given the fact that in the narrative there is always mental health that is put in every speech. So there is a wish, but let's monitor what exactly that will be dealt. It's in my answer, maybe you have other perspective.
Honestly, with regard to mental health, we have been developing these policies a lot the last few years in Belgium and really created the whole primary mental health care system. It's still evolving. I do not expect that much from the European Union at this moment, except for exchanging policy practices and learning from each other, and also seeing how we make the link between health and social, because also in mental health, it's really, you cannot only look at it from a diagnostic or a therapy viewpoint. So I do not have real expectations there from the European Union. They can help us to create a platform for exchanging, but that's about it for me. It's not because something is important and everywhere that the EU does absolutely need to intervene. The EU needs to intervene when the policy instruments and the leverage at national level just isn't enough. And then to make the link to, for example, what did happen? Okay, what everybody knows is that the joint purchase of the vaccines, that was clear. That was new, but in fact, this has created a sort of thinking and also a platform of people being in touch with each other that suddenly said, okay, now we worked on these vaccines, but a problem that is not at all new, the shortages of medicines, this is not at all new. This was not created by COVID. It already existed before, but suddenly everybody was open to say, okay, maybe we should try to tackle this problem of shortages with our own individual markets, with our own reimbursement mechanisms. Maybe we should try to work together. And of course, the leadership of Minister Van den Broeke was very important, because he first created a platform of ministers, almost all ministers, that said we will create an alliance, not only political or with civil servants, but also with industry, with patient organizations, as really, really broad network. And then suddenly everyone was convinced that we should make an act about this. And this act of, for example, discussing we don't want national stocks where we start competing each other. We want to regulate how export-import has impact on shortages. All these things, for us, it's obvious that we should do this on the EU level, but we never were able to convince some other colleagues, and today we are doing it. So this is really, really important. It's really important, and this was not done before. And I'm quite, even if we are now a little bit less high on the political agenda, but I think that there is a sense in a lot of countries that certainly in the field of health products, medicines, and if it depends on me, maybe in 10 years we will do an important part of reimbursement. We we will really join forces at the European level. It's not that easy as it seems, but we are going somewhere now. Certainly in the medicines field, I think that a lot has been achieved already.
Yeah, I would add. I mean, I would agree with Pedro. For me, the biggest, the most tangible, and perhaps for people who don't follow the medicines world, they think that this is very easy, but the joint procurement of vaccines, even with a lot of flaws that we don't have time right now to go into, was rather groundbreaking. And that creates a dynamic. In the meantime, we've had the joint procurement of also of other countermeasures, etc. So it's happening. The companies also change their approach, but these things take time. And of course, the collaboration amongst member states, yes, let's see on medicine shortages, everyone acknowledges that this is a problem. In the past, being in a very cynical way, we didn't care. I'm talking about 12, 15 years ago, because it affected only the eastern part of Europe, to be very, very honest. But now it is becoming an issue. It has become, not it is becoming, across the board. Let's see. I'm curious how the Critical Medicines Act will go. Let's see what the Council and the governments will say about it, because there is the question of the financing of this. Yeah, there is definitely a dynamic which creates an integration push, let's say. But these are very sensitive parts of national competence. And on mental health, I don't expect anything major, to be honest, just to keep it simple. The EU level, I mean.
Yeah, Rita, you will have the last word.
The last word, wow. Yeah, I agree on mental health. Europe is not providing services. It's more a regulatory institution. So we could expect maybe something on prevention, on quality of jobs and things like this, but it's even not in the health area. It's in social policies more. With regard to the concrete examples of the COVID crisis, well, I think a lot has been said. And I think the Critical Medicines Act is a result partially of COVID, but also of other crises. I mean, there is the critical infrastructures overall that should be protected at European level. Critical medicines are part also of this discussion. So there is a broader discussion that makes it happen. And also for the medicine shortages, there is a clear, partially a link with European policies, with the free movement. If pharmaceuticals are going from one country to another and member states are unable to protect the supply of medicines to their citizens, then Europe should intervene. And this awareness was also at European, becoming among member states more and more clear. And so member states pushed to have an initiative at European level.
Explain just, EHDS is the European Health Data Space, but it's really revolutionary. Also, what we see is when patients go abroad, etc., already in our own country, because we are a complex country. But when you go as a patient somewhere, your electronic records, they need to be able to read those electronic records also when you're on holidays in Spain or in Italy or anywhere in the European Union. And we are tackling now at the European level a series of problems we were never able to tackle at the national level: relations with the software producers, the use and the conviviality of electronic dossiers and the systems that healthcare providers need to use. So it's there that the European Union makes a difference, because they are stronger to do this than we can do at the national level.
I know we all deserve a coffee break, but still, so because there was no real answer on psychosocial risk, I want to flag one thing, that is that the advisory committee on health and safety at the EU level is very close now to getting a mandate to start discussing an EU piece of legislation on psychosocial risks. So it doesn't coincide with mental health, of course, but it's part of that debate. If that mandate for the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety is confirmed, and the employers, the trade union organizations, and the governments, which are together in this tripartite body, arrive at a consensus on the need for such a piece of legislation, then that will create a very strong mandate for the European Commission to come up with a piece of legislation. So I think this is, we're not there yet, it's a long road, but still. Final thing, and then let's have coffee. This morning I was reassured that the OSE is in good hands, that the bilan social is in good hands, and now I see that the essential healthcare pillar of the OSE is in good hands. And since, as you know, Jessica and Rita, my first love is healthcare, I am very happy about that. And let's have coffee together.
Okay, let's start this last panel just before the concluding panel. And our session today is titled "The Platform Work Directive, a Milestone or a Nothing Burger." And Tilda, I remember when we asked you to write this chapter with your co-authors, you said, I want to think about whether workers will be left hungry or just with their burgers delivered later. Well, joke aside, we have a very serious question. Will this directive bring meaningful change in this area, or will it end up being just a symbolic act? And we heard this morning also from Francesco Corti, the cabinet of EVP Minzato, that there are implementation gaps regarding many directives, and we heard from many people there is really need for enforcement. And so to discuss that, we have a really great lineup of contributors. I would like to introduce my colleague and lead author of the chapter, Hilda Dury. She's PhD in social law from KU Leuven. She's a researcher at the OSE working on platform work and digitalization. And here, Hilda, I would like to highlight that you led this chapter before and after your maternity leave. And we at the OSE, we are very much committed to promoting gender equality. You have one of your co-authors, Matthias Wouters, PhD also in social law, KU Leuven. He's a legal advisor at the Swiss Institute of Comparative Law. He's joining us online, and he works on platform work among others. I hope, Matthias, you hear us, and you both will have 13 minutes to present the chapter. Then we will have a scientific feedback by Silvia Rainone, also PhD in law. She's a senior researcher at the ETUI, working on future of work and also on platform work. Then we will have a policy discussion. First, we will have Roxana Georgiou. She's a legal officer at DG Employment, working in the unit of future of work and working especially on the implementation of this directive, and we'll be very happy to hear what you are expecting and whether there would be implementation gaps. And then online we also have Thea Jark. She's Confederal Secretary at the ETUI, the European Trade Union Confederation. She follows several dossiers, among others collective bargaining, wage coordination, and the implementation of the platform work directive. So we'll have this discussion, and then we'll open the question. We'll open for question and answers. Without further delay, Hilda, and then Matthias, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Slavina. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to present the chapter that I co-authored with my former KU Leuven colleagues, Matthias Wouters and Harlan Posiloyannis, on the Platform Work Directive, on whether it is a milestone or a nothing burger. The outline of this presentation will be the following. First, I introduce a bit the rocky legislative path, to go on with the scope of protection, and to focus on some key discussion points, which are the correct determination of the employment status, algorithmic management, and the potential that the directive has for collective labor rights and global online platform work, to conclude with some main findings and forward-looking considerations. About the rocky legislative path, since the Commission proposed the directive on the 9th of December 2021, it took more than 2 years and a half of negotiations, many back and forth of the text, centered around the presumption of employment as the most contentious part, and it was only in 2023 when the Parliament adopted its position, more worker-friendly, and then it was the Council of the EU, which was a bit more stricter than the Commission. While in 2023 at the end we have a failed provisional agreement first, and then another one failed in February 2024, only for the directive the compromise text to be approved in March 2024 and the directive to be adopted at the end of 2024. To start with the personal scope, we contain our chapter that there is an inclusive approach. It's an inclusive approach because the directive covers from on-location worker to online platform workers, and there is no regulatory instrument that covers all these sectors. There is not such an instrument at national level. Also, the directive covers from employees to self-employed workers, and this is also groundbreaking because there is no EU labor law directive that covers self-employed. And this is reflected in the terminology used in the directive. So we have platform workers, workers who are employees or are deemed to be employees, and persons performing platform work, which comprises also genuine self-employed. On the material scope, there are three the main pillars of the directive: the correct determination of the employment status, algorithmic management, transparency in platform work, and additionally, we reflect on the potential the directive has on collective labor rights and global online platform work. At the same time, there are some overlooked issues. For example, the directive does not address all labor law issues. Compensation and working time are left to EU member states, inter alia, but also some other areas of law relevant for platform work, such as social security, are left untouched. As you know, most platform operators rely on a self-employment business model, while at the same time many courts and regulators have asserted an employment relationship in platform work. It was against this background that the Commission proposed a rebutable legal presumption of an employment relationship, which constitutes, as I said, the most contentious but at the same time quintessential part of the directive. There were different versions of the presumption. It went from being set at the EU level with some predetermined legal criteria, and at the end, it ended up being established at national levels with mainly relying on facts indicating direction and control. Some main characteristics of the presumption are that all member states have now the obligation to introduce a presumption into their legal system, which is not the case now. But they are left with a discretion on how to design such a presumption. Emphasis is put on facts which indicate control and direction, and due regard should be paid also to the use of automated system in the organization of work. The resumption, importantly, is rebutable, meaning that there is no automatic reclassification of platform workers as employees, as this will depend very much on judicial or administrative outcomes. And the purpose of this presumption is to serve as a procedural facilitator, to ease the burden of proof for workers to prove that they are employees, given that there is imbalance of power and the digital labor platforms have a more complete overview of the factual elements. We emphasize that the presumption is an important tool, but not a panacea to the classification issues, and this we illustrate with two country examples. For example, in Belgium, there was already a presumption applicable to the sectors of road transport and logistics, and the platforms Uber and Deliveroo have been successful to rebut it in front of the Brussels Labour Tribunal. Only the Labour Court of Brussels has overturned one decision regarding Deliveroo in 2023, and naturally this raises concern about the application of a platform-specific presumption within this broader legal framework on reclassification. As concerns Portugal, Portugal introduced in its labor code in 2023 a platform-specific presumption, but according to this presumption, not all labor rights are accorded to platform workers, but just those rights which are compliant with the nature of their activities. Concerns have also been raised about the interaction of this presumption with the existing legal regime for passenger transport through electronic platforms. And to conclude with an important reflection. Notwithstanding these country examples, which show that the presumption is not a panacea, there is a repeated emphasis on effectiveness in the text, in the preamble, in the main body. This means that member states really have the discretion to design the presumption, but they should stay within the contours of an effective presumption which does not introduce burdensome criteria for worker. And importantly, the last article of the directive emphasizes that when the Commission will review implementation, it will put a specific attention to the effectiveness of the legal presumption. And with this, I give the word to my colleague Matthias to go ahead with algorithmic management.
Many thanks, Hilda. Matthias, are you online?
Yes. Do you hear
me? Okay, now over to you,
How
please.
does it sound?
Yeah.
Thank you, Hilda. Thank you for that great explanation. And as you pointed out so rightly, I think the impact of the presumption is very much still in doubt what concrete effects it will have. By contrast, if we look at provisions of algorithmic management, it seems that these provisions will be relatively transformative. Even if we consider that most of these provisions, they built on existing social acquis or on provisions that already were contained in the GDPR, nonetheless, I believe there has been significant process, for example, in terms of transparency or in terms of the oversight and accountability for automated decision-making and automated monitoring systems. And when we take the entire spectrum of provisions into account, I think it's safe to say that these provisions will have a significant impact on how automated monitoring and automated decision-making takes place in the platform economy. Next slide, please. To a lesser extent, I believe that also with respect to collective labor rights, there have been some significant developments. Many of you will remember the discussions that we have had on the possibility for self-employed persons to engage in collective bargaining and how this infringes or might infringe antitrust laws. Ultimately, now if we read the directive, there is a significant shift in tone and a significant push to have collective labor rights duly established for platform workers that are employees, but also for platform workers that are self-employed. And I do feel that there is a significant shift. We will be able to get back to this maybe later in the questions, but generally speaking, workers' representatives, they will receive decent rights of information to how do these automated systems operate. Also within the data protection rules themselves, there is a certain attempt to prevent the use of automated systems against those persons making use of their collective rights. And more generally, there is a clear intent to boost social dialogue on these issues and to have a stronger foundation for collective bargaining on these topics. Next slide, please. The final section of our paper discusses a topic that is somewhat unusual in the sense that it doesn't receive as much attention as the previous issues that we covered. But nonetheless, I think it is important to point out that, as Hilda mentioned, the directive has an inclusive approach, which implies that also online platform workers are covered by the instrument. But also when we look into the detail of the separate provisions, there might be certain provisions that have a genuine effect on how online platforms operate in practice, mostly in relation to platform workers based in the EU, but perhaps also in relation to platform workers outside of the EU. For example, if you think about the obligation for platforms to establish effective communication channels between workers and representatives, I'm wondering if those obligations also extend to workers outside of the EU, because if you cut off those workers, then obviously you also infringe the right of platform workers inside of the EU. Similarly, if you think about certain rights that are provided, for example, the right to data portability, if such a right becomes available to all online platform workers within the EU, it is a clear reference point for those platform workers outside of the EU to demand from that platform to open up the access to those tools to platform workers outside of the EU as well. And also when we consider about how does an automated system work, And without being an expert on the practicalities of how these automated systems work, I can imagine that it would be strange to have automated systems that operate in relation to platform workers in the EU, when we speak about online marketplaces, online platform work. So it's strange to have systems that work in relation to platform workers inside the EU and to have very different systems that operate in relation to platform workers outside of the EU, because those two, you would imagine that those systems need to be aligned, that it needs to run smooth for the marketplace to work. And so I can imagine that rules that impact one side might also impact the other side. And that makes me think that perhaps these rules are somewhat of a launchpad for more global digital labor governance in relation to online platform work. Next slide, please. So arriving at the end of our presentation, if we summarize our main views, I think we are convinced that okay, the presumption of employment is a less prescriptive presumption than initially planned, but it might be more future-proof. With respect to algorithmic management, there are definitely promising algorithmic management protections. On those collective labor rights, it is a definitive step forward, even if there may not be a guarantee of how these operate in practice and if they effectively manage to deliver protections. And overall, the Platform Work Directive can most certainly not be defined as a nothing burger, but the extent to which that it becomes a milestone will first and foremost depend on how national member states implement these provisions, and also to what extent future EU initiatives will pick up on the main policy impetus, the main and most core policy strands of that directive and apply them to the labor market more broadly. Last slide, please. So we would like to leave you with this image to basically point out that we believe that it is fair to say that the directive contains important legal tools and that it drives critical policy shifts. But in these troubling times with many pressing issues, the directive's potential and importance will have to be clearly explained to member states to really benefit from what it has to offer. Thank you all for your attention, and let's have a good discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hilda and Matthias, for this balanced presentation. And now, Sylvia, up to you to pick up the button.
Run. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, for having the opportunity to discuss this great chapter, if I may comment. It's also a pleasure because besides being colleagues, we are, Hilda, Matthias, and I, we are actually friends. So it's a funny combination. It's a tough role here. Well, I wanted, with an honest voice, actually compliment the chapter for, first of all, giving a very comprehensive analysis of a piece of legislation which is rich, complex, and as was explained, puts together actually a couple of issues that are not so logically connected, and the directive managed to tie all these elements together. So the legal analysis was very sound, I believe. On top of that, I found that the chapter really makes interesting connection that here in the presentation was, in lack of time, was not highlighted as much with the academic and scholarly debate. The Platform Work Directive has been, as was explained, in the pipeline since 2021. Before that, there was national initiatives. So there have been really, the topic is basically has saturated the academic discussion. Despite that, the authors managed to pick constructive arguments that have been put out there, and by doing so, enriching the legal analysis. I was particularly, well, pleased to read, and I really shared the reflection quoted from a quote with Catherine Bernard, that the actual the approach of the directive is that of concentric a circle of rights, concentric circle of rights, where the highest, the strongest right are provided to employees, but also more than satellite right are provided to self-employed workers working for digital labor platform, and additional right, which are not per se discussed in the directive, but are provided by other tools that the European Union adopted in a recent time, are provided to other workers working with other sort of platforms. So it's really a concentric circle approach, and the authors really picked on that, and that's provide a good structure to the work. On top of that, despite the topic being quite saturated, as I mentioned, the chapter put forward some, I would say, innovative critical analysis and constructive analysis. I would like to focus here on two of the main features that I think are constructive and add more, let's say, oil to the fire in the discussion. Also in line, in view of what will be a quite tough period in relation to the implementation. I will pick these two. The first is the emphasis that the author gives to the notion of digital labor platform. It was not particularly discussed in the presentation, so I spent 2 words on that. So it was said that the approach of the directive is having an inclusive scope of personal application, and indeed that's true. However, much of the legal and scholarly debate has been focusing on the actually mechanism of the legal presumption and the criteria eventually attached to that. Now these criteria are connected to the notion of control and direction. So much of the discussion was on that. But a preliminary step that is often overlooked by the debate and the authors really looked at is the first step is the notion of digital labor platform. So this directive only applies to platforms that are considered labor platform. And why is it, when is that so? Well, the directive put forward 4 criteria. So there must be a service provided at a request of a customer. There has to be an electronic means through which this request is performed, provided, and quite importantly for this discussion, that the request must concern a service, that the service has to be organized by the platform. So we are talking about a platform that organizes workers. And the fourth criteria, is that there needs to be an algorithm, let's call it algorithmic management, so automated monitoring system in place. So we have organization of work and automated monitoring system, so organization and monitor. In the majority of existing framework at the national level, these 2 elements alone will be enough to actually trigger a presumption. Or if not a presumption, would be enough to argue that we are talking about not self-employed, but employees. Instead, the directive puts that as a first element to enter into the scope, so the first concentric circle. And then we have to argue, again, that there is also the additional element of control and direction. In this sense, we have a presumption, so it's enough that the worker claim or put forward evidence or indicators of such dimension, control and direction. So in that sense, there is a facilitator in the procedural mechanism. However, I want to highlight that the chapter, and the chapter does as well, that there is a first step, and that's actually puts a question mark on how effective, as one of the last slides that Hilda presented mentioned, how effective will be this presumption mechanism. And I think a lot of emphasis has to be put on the implementation, making sure that indeed whatever instrument is put there, if there are new instruments adopted, because it's not, as we say, Belgium, Portugal, to some extent Italy, they already have some instrument there, that these instruments are effective. So that was the first. And then another observation, another additional element that the author managed to contribute to the debate is actually what Matthias presented on the coverage of online platform work. This is something that either is not discussed or given for granted in most scholarly contribution. Indeed, online platform work really much differ in some aspect from real life, like on-location platform work, in the sense that for on-location platform workers, it will be way easier to trigger the presumption. So it's quite safe to assume that on-cloud, online, on-cloud platform workers will, for most part, likely to be still classified as self-employed in view of the difficulties to trigger the presumption. So in light of that, one element that I found missing in the chapter, but I fully understand the reason of the wording constraint, is a reflection on how difficult it will be for those workers to trigger certain provision of the directive, especially those connected with collective labor rights. Indeed, as Matthias mentioned, the directive gives collective labor rights and anchors such rights by referring to EU acquis, Information and Consultation Directive, all fine, on paper looks perfect. However, those information consultation directive refer to specific concepts that refer to online, to physical workplace. To give an example, information consultation rights have to be provided when a certain amount of workers work in a specific establishment. Workplace. What is an establishment, a workplace in legal terms when we talk about online labor platforms which are geographically dispersed? This is a question. Second, trade unions often lack a sufficiently sound structure to convey collective voices of self-employed workers. So the directive misses these acknowledgements. So there is a missing step to promote collective bargaining for those workers that do not automatically are covered already. So this was an observation. So just to conclude, I wanted to perhaps ask a question to the authors and ask, these are two elements that I found particularly important for the implementation part. If there is more that perhaps there was no possibility to write in the chapter, that we need to be very much aware in the next couple of years for the implementation. That was it. Thank you.
Many thanks, Sylvia. Really great. And there is space for collective action. You underlined that. So now over to Roxana for your comments from policy perspective. Thank you. Chapter, we are almost finalizing a chapter with Amandine Crespi, who was there in the morning on an article on the politics behind the negotiations of the Platform Work Directive. But now, over to Thea. Can you hear us?
Yes,
oh,
of course.
Okay,
Hello.
we see you. So please, your reactions to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hi, it's very nice to be here. And I think that I will start exactly where you have finished with the politics behind adopting this directive. Because yeah, maybe it's also fair that we start at the end. And as you know, ETUI has been the main driver to have this directive. We have been pushing for it for years and years and years. Trade unions in different member states have been very much engaged in this topic, exactly by helping platform workers in litigations of their rights, in going to the courts, proving that they should have the employment status, and in many of the cases winning, of course, at the court. And this was a very clear signal that also at the European level, we need to regulate the platforms and we need to have an European framework. Mostly because the platforms that we are talking about that are the most present are also cross-border corporations. They are multinational corporations, and this is why this was just another reason why having the European regulation was so important. And yeah, maybe looking back and now evaluating how the process looked like and what we ended up with. Of course, ETUI, if you ask us how happy we are with the result, we were pushing for way more. This was clear throughout the process. We might not get everything in that we wanted to, but nevertheless, if the directive is revolutionary, at least in one sense, we estimate that yes, for sure it is. And what I think proves it as well, it's the reaction of the digital labor platforms throughout this process, because they have been heavily engaged in lobbying against it. So I think that, yeah, maybe saying more as a joke, but the fact that they have been so engaged lobbying against this directive, it's already a proof that the directive is going to bring a significant change for how they operate, for their regulations, what they can do and what they cannot do. But I very much share the reactions from the others as well. The full potential of this directive lies in its transposition. This is why we are very much focusing on supporting the trade unions and the member states in this transposition process, because indeed the text, how it's written now, the provisions gives a room for the member states to adapt it, of course, within the line of the directive. And what we see still nevertheless quite groundbreaking is the presumption of employment. Indeed, we all know that some kind of presumption existed in many of the countries before, that workers have the means to go to the court, to litigate for their rights, to prove their employment status. This is exactly what they have been doing. But what we expect from this directive is that they will not need to go to the court anymore. They will not need to invest in lengthy and expensive court procedures to trigger the presumption of employment or to prove it. And I think that, yeah, this is what the directive brings. So yes, once the facts are presented, what is it established? That there are direction and control being present. It should not be only the judicial procedures, it should be also the administrative procedures. And I think that, yeah, here we very much agree with the European Commission. We sit together in the expert group for the transposition. And I think this will be very much what will need to be like the guiding aspect for all of the member states when they're going to transpose it. Maybe they will come, of course, with various measures, with different approaches. But the main principle for them should really be that, yes, it should facilitate the process. So it shouldn't be, as it is now, relying that there are court procedures the workers can take. It should really facilitate the process, and it should not introduce more and more criteria, or maybe it should really make sure that facts presented of the direction and control are the main guiding principle. And when it comes to algorithmic management, indeed, I very much agree with the assessment here as well. It is something completely new. And looking back at the process, what we have been hoping for is that the provisions on algorithmic management are not only going to apply for the platforms, and here, indeed, we didn't succeed because now it applies only for the digital labor platforms. But this is just a reaffirmance that as ETUI, we are advocating for a new directive exactly on algorithmic management, because algorithmic management, it's expanding beyond only the digital labor platforms. It's entering the traditional industrial relationships, and it's present in more and more workplaces. So the provisions from the platform work directives are for sure a cornerstone for what we should still aim for and what we can achieve on this regard. And maybe another thing that, yeah, it was partially addressed, the recognition of the trade unions and the importance of collective bargaining. Also the fact that trade unions do have a role to play in representing the workers, but also in accessing the data exactly about the algorithmic management, that they should be open, that there is at least indirect call to engage in collective bargaining is an important step as well. Because what we know from the ground as well is that digital labor platforms, they do not want to negotiate. They do not recognize the trade unions. And even more than that, they attack the trade unions. Many of them have been very engaged in the trade union busting practices. And we hope that with us, as the trade unions, having a clear reference in the directive, we can overcome some of those challenges that the trade unions have been having in all of the different countries. So overall, yeah, very much similar with what Roxana said from the European Commission. Our main effort now, it's really to support the trade unions in the member states in this transposition process. We are very positively surprised how also the work in the expert group for the transposition goes, because we are proceeding very fast. The commitment from the member state is there. The genuine understanding is there. And I think that because it was widely accepted directive, it can really bring change, hopefully very soon. Because what we need to be aware of, and what Silvia has mentioned a little bit, is that platform economy is growing and it's changing. And they can be very innovative on how they adapt or how they circumstance the rule. So we need to be ready for this as well. And it's more and more workers working as platform workers, and many of them, more and more of them are being hidden. So it's not only about the deliveries, it's not only about rail hailing or taxi services, it's really about the domestic workers who are working very isolated in different homes. It's about click workers who are working only online. And we as the trade unions, we need to step up in this direction as well in order to reach out to them, to organize them, to conduct collective agreements with the platforms for their rights, and of course to ensure that they benefit from the directive as well. Excellent. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thea. Bringing in the union's perspective and the fact that you are following up even with new ideas to follow up on this directive. And I just want to say here that Hilda and my colleague Dalila and me, we are now working on a policy brief on domestic work down through platforms, and we will have a big conference on the 7th of October. So let's stay tuned. But now, over to the audience. Any questions, comments, remarks? Jean-Paul?
It's a comment. The directive on platform work is, to some extent, one of the symbols of the new emphasis of the Commission on using hard law as part of the implementation of the pillar. Also the directive on minimum wage, of course. This comes after a period where, on the contrary, the Commission had given up more or less the proposals for directive under the Barroso Commission. The level of proposals from the Commission was very low, significantly lower than in the past. And by the way, most of these new proposals came from agreements from social partners. So it's very important with regard to the, I will say, the credibility of the pillar as a basis for really improving social rights. On the other hand, we have to recognize that this new generation of directives seems to be less prescriptive and to some extent give much more margin of maneuver to member states with regard to the scope, with regard to the way of implementing. As a matter of principle, a directive gives some margin of maneuver to member states, contrary to regulations. But it's clear that there is here an area of concern, which is to what extent do we reach some of the limits of the margin of maneuver component of directives. And I think that it would be interesting to make an analysis on the long term of what is the approach to the instrument of directive, to what extent what is called sometimes the fatigue of member states with regard to EU legislation and so on.
Many thanks, Jean-Paul. Okay. So we will now, are there other questions? If there are not, I would like to ask you, Hilda, Matthias, but also the other participants, what about gender mainstreaming in this directive? We know that AI may perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes. And so I would like to ask this question to all of you. Hilda and Matthias, you also had a specific question from Sylvia and from Jean-Paul. Please.
Okay. I will start from the last question. On the gender perspective of the directive, there is not a direct gender perspective of the directive, but we can implicitly have a gender perspective when we look at the algorithmic management provisions, because these provisions intend to give more transparency to automated system and a human in control principle. And this means that this will be useful to counter biased algorithms, which might have incorporated some gender stereotypes. Also, when we see this human-in-the-loop approach, the provision of the directive, there is an obligation to conduct an assessment of the impact that automated systems have on working condition, and is emphasized also on equal treatment at work. This impact should be checked as well on equal treatment at work. To mention also that the directive mentions violence and harassment at work, preventive measures to be taken in this regard, and reporting channels which might affect women which are victims of this violence. And that the directive introduces a lot of rights for some sectors which are dominated by women workers, such as the care sector, very important. Now it's a trend, the platformization of the care sector, and also domestic work. It's granting a lot of rights to this sector dominated by women. I just want to reflect just on 2 points on what Roxana mentioned on the flexibility that the directive gives to member states. I can add that this flexibility can be used in a good way by the member states. The fact that the directive is less prescriptive, there are no fixed criteria anymore, but it has an adaptable nature, meaning that the presumption of employment, member states can shape it in accordance, for example, with changing business model by platforms, which we expect to happen. So this is a very important aspect. And I want to touch upon just what Sylvia asked about what next for implementation, so some forward-looking issues. I would say that it would be interesting to see the interpretation of the presumption by member state, especially for member states which have a completely drastic situation. For example, Greece has a presumption of self-employment, or France, which was opposing the directive, has introduced some protection for self-employed. So it would be interesting to see how these countries will interpret the presumption. It will be interesting to see how platforms will comply with transparency obligations, how their business model will change to maybe to avoid the application of a presumption, inclusion of intermediaries, for instance. What will happen with countries which have early transposed the directive? It's important, such as Belgium, Portugal, is Malta, Croatia as well, because they were heavily influenced by the European Commission model, so not by the final version of the directive. So to see whether they have correctly transposed it or if there are need for amendments. Another important aspect is the transposition report, which was mentioned here and will come at the end of this year, to be very welcome to ensure some consistency and the application of the directive across the EU. And I will conclude with the international arena. In June 2025, there will be an international labor standard on platform work. It will be very interesting to see how much it's influenced by the directive. And from what I've seen, the draft convention proposed in the yellow report, it might answer some questions that the directive doesn't, such as working time, pay, social protection.
Thank you very much, Ilda. Excellent. What about Matthias? Can you still hear us?
Yeah, I do. Just to complement a couple of points Hilda made, I think what she said about equality is absolutely valid and absolutely true. But at the same time, the directive doesn't pay much attention to biased algorithms. It doesn't pay much attention to discrimination in general. If you control F it, you will not find the word bias nor the words equality. So even if all of what Hilda said is true, it wasn't top of mind while drafting this directive. At least that's what it seems based on the text itself. Then on flexibility, I kind of consider it a blessing and a curse. For example, if you think about the definition of digital labor platforms, to some extent, it has benefits to put in place a definition that is watertight and that is so detailed that everyone absolutely knows what you're talking about. But on the other hand, considering that digital labor platforms are a type of business model that will continue to develop, I see the value of having public authorities, national authorities that can continue to shape the definition that they think in their domestic setting makes most sense. And so there are multiple other examples where a certain degree of flexibility is perhaps desirable. For example, when it's about the human review of automated decision-making, the preamble speaks of significant decisions, whereas the article doesn't mention this point of the decision having to be significant for it to be up for a human review. So there are certain of these points where I think member states have quite a bit of leeway in deciding which way they will go. And that's not bad. On the final point of implementation, just to pick up on what Sylvia said, even if you would assume that the directive was implemented at 100% the best way possible, and the platform would decide, okay, well, we have 300 employees in Belgium. We admit they're employees. If you then decide, if you then speak to a lawyer to decide where do we need to establish the Works Council, that will be very difficult for that lawyer to make out. Even nowadays, if it's not a platform, it becomes difficult to know exactly where you need to establish it, how many of them you need. And that will be extremely difficult in a platform work context where the platform itself will not have much valuable input because headquarters are in Netherlands, HR is in Poland, they have offices in Brussels, but most people work perhaps elsewhere.
Matthias, thank you very much. I will have to cut you because we do not have a lot of time. Do you want to say something, a last word?
It was the final sentence, essentially.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Sorry about that. So now I would like to change the order. Thea, are you still online? Any reaction for 2 minutes on what's been said? And especially maybe the question from Jean-Paul on the fact that directives become less prescriptive. We know about the politics behind these directives. So any reaction
Yes.
you may have?
I would be happy to, because I am also in charge for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights and for the implementation of the Minimum Wage Directive. So indeed, what we are noticing, and of course, not even noticing, it's the main priority of the EU right now, of the current Commission, it's simplification, deregulation. So it looks like that we are really entering the sphere where there will be less and less directives, and even the way they are written, it gives less and less concrete recommendations, or like even, you know, like prescripting things for the member states. I think the Platform Work Directive is one of the first directives that has such a strong influence on the labor inspectors or authorities who need to do their job. And now we are negotiating another directive on traineeship, for example, where we see exactly the same approach. So member states do not need to do so much, but the whole burden is put on the competent authorities or labor inspectors to recognize the bogus traineeship or the bogus self-employment in the platform work. And this is very worrying, especially because we know what is the current situation with the labor inspectorates. They are lacking human resources, they are lacking financial resources, and with the austerity measures coming upon all of us, it's very unlikely they can actually do this job. So I would agree that the shift when it comes to the legislation at the European level, it's changing, and this is very worrying. Nevertheless, indeed, the European Pillar of Social Rights presents some of the optimism. This year, the European Commission needs to prepare an action plan for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And also we as ETUI, we're pushing very hard to ensure that there in the action plan, it will be new legislative binding measures and also supportive measure for the implementation of the existing directives as well as the investments. But as I said, I think that the current geopolitical situation in Europe, it's not necessarily on the side of the workers.
Okay, thank you very much, Thea. Now, before I give the last word to Roxana, I would like to hear some comments from Silvia on what's been said.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll be very brief. Perhaps I can make a comment to the question was asked about, I interpret the question, to what extent the directive delivers on the credibility of the pillar. And that I have to make it, maybe it's a bit controversial, but as a lawyer, I always had a bit of struggle to consider the pillar a strong policy document because of its soft law nature. And actually going a bit into, like excavating into the policy document before or in the travaux préparatoires of the pillar, is interesting to see that the word pillar, I mean, pillar to what, right? And it was established as a pillar to competitiveness in the internal market. So we always have to think that the social rights that are mentioned as principle in the pillar were conceived as pillar to competitiveness in the internal market. So when I think I fully agree that the latest the directives and the future directive probably will not, the future directive will maybe not exist, but the current directive perhaps do not contain such strong substantive standards, but I believe they are compliant with the somehow weak or procedural soul of the pillar. So it was a bit that sense. And for the gender aspect, I agree with what Ilda was mentioning, but I also wanted to mention the fact that if you look at the criteria for the presumption that were proposed by the Commission, those were criteria that are really well fitted on location platform work, and more specifically food delivery workers, who by the 99% are male. So that was perhaps on the back of the mind.
Thank you very much, Silvia and Roxana. A lot of food for thought for the Commission, so you have the last word. To all the panelists, let's start with the concluding panel. Thank you.
I suggest so, colleagues, we've arrived at the end of a very long day. We started with a bit more people than now, but now we have the diehards in the room, so that's totally reassuring. As we said this morning, well, despite delay, we'll end on time. So mostly we'll be listening to Sebastiano. I just need 2 minutes at the end, and then we wrap it up on time. So please, Sebastiano, the floor is yours with the, I believe, the conclusions of the book, and then Slavina, some forward-looking perspectives.
Yep.
My name is Bart van Herken.
You are introducing you at the very end. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for being here. So my task is just to present a bit of the contents of our conclusion and maybe to discuss just a few elements in the light of the interesting debate we had the whole day here. Unfortunately, that's not great, probably as a way of concluding a conference. There have been quite a few messages of optimism and hope. Fortunately, in my conclusion, I will focus more, let's say, on risks. Let's say, I think that as a researcher, this is an important part. We do our analysis, and I think it's useful when we launch some warnings, hoping in this case that this will not be the case. So the conclusion, we start by analyzing a bit 2023 and 2024, what happened under what were, from a social side, two quite progressive presidencies of the Council that also, in many respects, acted in continuity. The Spanish end of 2023 and Belgian presidency, beginning of 2024. These presidencies were, let's say, bridge presidencies because their objective was, let's say, not only finalizing some pieces of legislation, both in the social and green domains, for instance, but also there was the ambition to prepare the future EU agenda. They had the objective, especially the Belgian presidency, let's say, to have an impact on the Council strategic agenda and on the next Commission agenda. And this is positive, of course, but we should not forget in which context, especially the Belgian presidency took place, that in our analysis was a context of growing contestation, if not open opposition, to key elements of the von der Leyen first agenda and the priorities. First of all, we noticed some, let's call it, green transition fatigue. There were repeated calls for a legislative break, especially environmental legislation. French President Macron and also Belgian former Prime Minister De Croo. But also, let's say, some legislation had, let's say, a hard way in the environmental domain. I mean, for instance, the nature restoration law. But we also saw, let's say, a growing, we can define social Europe fatigue. And again, you can read some of the chapters in the book, some difficulties in adopting key pieces of social legislation, letting alone what was happening, let's say, with the fate of the adequate minimum wage directive. But what's maybe most telling is the lack of unanimity in what should have been the main legacy in the social domain, and still is, of the Belgian presidency, the La Hulpe Declaration, with the 2 member states and Business Europe, let's say, not committing even to a non-binding, in a way, declaration. This is, for us, telling of this social Europe fatigue. And at the same time, they were already emerging, but not emerging because they have always been there. Let's say they were increasing in importance. Some narratives, keywords, and priorities. We talked a lot about this: competitiveness, security and defense, preparedness. And in this case also, let's say, there was a lot of activity at the ideational level. 2024, they were in preparation, and some were already published even before European elections, Letta, Draghi, and Dinisto report. And all these in an increasingly complex geopolitical situation. We have discussed of this in length, so I will not go there. So after the European election, we think that now we are at a stage of understanding as researchers, but also as policymakers, the relationship between the current top priorities, competitiveness, security, defense, preparedness, and let's say what were the important priorities of the previous period, the green transition, sustainability, social progress, and to investigate the relationship in practice also beyond the rhetoric and discursive level, the relationship that will be created and the balance will be created among these priorities. So will be an optic of integration, also reflecting that each of these priorities is multidimensional. We had a debate during the panel I was chairing on competitiveness. Let's say Anna from Business Europe gave a clear definition of competitiveness, but is that the only option? There is the possibility of having a different definition with more at its center social environmental aspect. So we'll have the possibility of have a balanced horizontal integration between these sets of priorities, or it will be a matter of, let's say, strong hierarchy, or even sidelining some priorities at the advantage of others, or subordinating some priorities, let's say, to the achievement of others. And here we discuss a lot also in the academic debate about what was the fate of the Lisbon strategy. Lisbon at the beginning was quite ambitious, let's say, integrating, again, looks a bit like the European Green Deal in a way, let's say competitiveness, economic growth, social and environmental dimension, and then everything went towards job creation, economic growth, and the environmental and social objectives were subordinated. We mentioned today, I think also the Koch report mantra was jobs, jobs, jobs. Here there is a risk of another mantra that might be in this case skills, skills, skills. That is an important element, but cannot be everything. And so how to, let's say, put all these priorities together? I see what Paul Copeland said about policy overload. Here we are not calling for a new grand strategy to the European level, but I mean, the European Green Deal had kind of a clear set of objectives and was quite broad. Frank Zimmer-Thomas said the European Green Deal is still there, the objectives are still there. It's true, but now, let's say, what is giving the direction is the clean industrial deal, or maybe a bit too sectoral to be really a grand strategy for the EU. Then we move a bit in all this, what is the role of social policy? And again, we discuss several initiatives announced by President von der Leyen, both in her political guidelines and in the mission letter to the Executive Vice President Mizatu. I'm not going to listen to mention all of these. There are, but as I said, I go more on the critical side. There are positive things, but on the critical side, we see that most of these initiatives we have discussed are non-legislative initiatives. Most of these initiatives focus on active labor market policies and the human capital development, what's the flow and the stock function of the welfare state. A strong emphasis, as again, on skills, very important, key. But what about the buffer function of the welfare state? What about social protection? And especially, as Lavina mentioned it today, in terms of ambition, what about the institutionalization of what were, let's say, maybe more ambitious experimentation of the previous cycle, for instance, the SURE initiative. And here, there has been a period after the proclamation of the European Pillar of Social Rights that by some is defined as the revival of social Europe, or by other observers, the roaring 20s in a way. So the European Pillar of Social Rights was at the basis of this. So how to overcome this social Europe fatigue? We think that it will be important to have an ambitious new action plan for the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, in a way to restore the propulsive role that the pillar has played recently. And let's say, I think in English is not totally correct. The title of the last slide, looking forward to priorities and so on. Is the EU prepared for the future, for this uncertain future? Here I call among so many keywords on the importance of one of those: preparedness, identify and address potential threat and crisis that are multidimensional, complex, transnational, and the Executive Vice President Minzato is tasked with guiding the work in the Commission to embed this new culture of preparedness. Is the European Union prepared, ready for this? We need to investigate that. Is it ready at the strategic level? I again said, I don't know if we need another grand strategy, but maybe not a sectoral one like the European, the Green Deal Industrial Plan. Let's discuss this. Is the European Union ready at the institutional level? Let's say in a world that is more and more dangerous, where, let's say, every day there is a news, there is a change, are the decision-making procedures of the Union still the right ones? Is it ready in terms of governance structures, or should we reflect on that? And to conclude, is the European Union ready, let's say, when it comes to money at the financial level? Here it will be very important, obviously, to look at the next multi-annual financial framework. Let's say von der Leyen said it will be an investment commission to look, let's say, at amounts, to look at, let's say, what it will be for, but also to look importantly at how this money is used at the member states, because I agree with what Anna in my panel said, that sometimes it's not only a matter of not having enough money, but how the member states use it. And of course, to conclude, the elephant in the room, Bart, you were with that. Yeah, indeed. But it's, again, we discussed already a lot about the reform of EU economic governance. Will that allow to pursue integrated priorities? Here, as a researcher, let's say, I cannot assess that. I keep the prudence in a way that Paul Dermin kept. Let's see. But my feeling, allow me to express a feeling, is quite negative. I mean, I think that, let's say, also in an optic of preparedness, the SGP, even in this reform, is a pact for the previous century in a way. We would need a system of economic governance that is more proactive, really preparing for what comes next and not reactive. I mean, this is an important difference because it's, as we said, it's not a matter if there will be a new crisis. We know about perma-crisis, poly-crisis, and so on. There will be. It's not possible that every time there is a crisis, the pact is in a way or the other suspended. It means that it doesn't prepare. I mean, we had the COVID-19 crisis and we activated the general escape clause. Now the priority is it's defense. So what is the first thing to think to activate national escape clause? I don't know. The next pandemic, again, scientists say it's not a matter of if, but when. Are our healthcare system better prepared than before? Is the SGP and the economic governance allowing for that? Not talking about climate crisis and extreme event. So here, let's see, are we really going towards a real culture of preparedness, or it will be again fiscal consolidation? Somebody says austerity 2.0 with some exception for some expenditure. That's what we will find in the conclusion, and that's what the European Social Observatory we will keep exploring, possibly together again with ETUI. Thank you.
Excellent. Many thanks, Sebastiano. Many thanks to the three editors, of course, for writing these very interesting conclusions. If you haven't started reading the book yet, I would recommend that you start with the conclusions, actually, because they draw together very nicely the different chapters, the different narratives in the book. In fact, also update some of the analysis to more recent developments. and then, of course, provide this more forward-looking perspective, including this issue of preparedness. And I couldn't help noticing that while I was reading the book, from the beginning to the end, there are some rather optimistic and, in a way, even upbeat chapters at the beginning, including from the two poles. And then while you read through it and while you see that some chapters, notably the conclusions were, of course, written a few weeks or even months after the initial chapters, you see a more critical appraisal and maybe even a little bit more pessimistic appraisal, because things have changed so rapidly over the past few months. And I think it's very good. This is actually reflected in this very good analysis. So thank you for that. And I cannot agree more than what you say. When you look at the work program of the European Commission, its social and labor market aspect is painfully light, in all honesty. Not to even mention the point that Jean-Paul and others have been making, that of course, even when we have legislation, it leaves increasing the room for maneuver interpretation to member states, including soft clauses or soft law in EU legislation. God forbid, poor labor lawyers, that this is happening now. Okay, I'm wondering, before I let Slavina conclude, are there any questions, comments to Sebastiano, to the others with regard to the conclusion, or are we all now decomposing at the end of this very long day? Does anybody still have the courage and the energy to ask a question, or shall we just let Slavina conclude? Your chance is now, and if you don't speak up now, too late. Slavina, we let you conclude, please.
Okay, thank you. So when I started my opening speech, I said why it's so meaningful and so special that we have a full day, although quite long conference. And now I would like to add a third reason to these two reasons. So I think that all the participants today, they brought in the concept of hope. And I think, and here I would like to finish with a kind of a triptych of positive takeaways. And the first one is rejuvenation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We heard about future initiatives addressing issues like social dumping, housing, and the Public Procurement Directive. But rejuvenation does not necessarily mean only introducing new initiatives alone. We heard from Sebastiano, from Paul Copeland this morning, that there is a legislative fatigue. So this renewing means also, as we heard during also the Platform Work Directive, it involves also tackling gaps in implementation, in enforcement. And what about sanctions? Somebody also mentioned sanctions at some point. This also brings me to my second positive word. Governance remains a critical challenge. And in this constrained context, as you just said, and it's been discussed during the day for Social Europe, how can we optimize existing acquis and hybrid governance, and particularly how we can navigate, as Amandine also said in the morning, the gray area between hard and soft law. We also heard very well during the Just Transition panel, Sebastiano, there is also the need for better policy linkages and comprehensive approaches. So in this vein, what role for the new social convergence procedure, for instance? And then my last positive word, well, we finally also heard of the good old concept of decommodification, right? And it remains central. Investing in human capital is vital. We heard Sebastiano, maybe the new mantra is skills, skills, skills. But as also Amandine said in the morning, citizenship cannot be reduced to market participation alone. And this is where democratic values, we talked about equality, also housing, and also more unconditional types of incomes and even linguistic policies highlighted by Philippe this morning become essential. And as Pedro also mentioned at one point, but while funding is constrained, we know that funding is constrained, but it was also mentioned that there is also room for alternative funding at one point. And so there is hope, there is room for maneuver, and I very much liked what Frank said. The cost of action is high, but the cost of inaction is even much higher. And this is why we are here, we are reflecting as scientific, academic people, you stakeholders, policymakers, and we, everybody at their own level, let's say, we struggle and we hope for collective action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slavina. So, yes, we've come at the end of a very fruitful and very long day. We started with a very full house this morning. I think that's an indication that, oops, I wanted to flag it again, well, the copies everywhere, of this book, that this book, An Annual State of Play, is necessary, is indeed needed, as far as I'm concerned. The annual bilan social. So yes, I think we will continue working to produce such a book. As I said, the next call for tender will be out soon, and so we look forward to your signs of interest in that. We write this book, that is to say the OSE writes this book, and we publish this with a purpose. We want it to be picked up and used as a tool. It's not a book that needs to go on shelves. I was very happy to hear that Pedro Facon mentioned very clearly, at least twice, that Jessica's chapter on healthcare, he wants to share it with his colleagues in the public administration. Yes, that's what we do it for. And Klaas Michael Staal, who was here before, Thea Jaerts, who was with her this afternoon, they are Confederal and Deputy Secretary General in the ETUI. They take this book to their meetings, to their negotiations, and they draw inspiration from that. At least I hope they do, and I know they do. Similarly, we had several colleagues here from the European Commission, from social NGOs, and so that is maybe the best gratification at the end of these days. I hope we've stimulated a debate and that colleagues out there will use this book to further the work, because that's I want to end with that, Slavina. Yes, we need to be very critical, and we are glad that OSE colleagues, ETUI colleagues, and others who have contributed have been very critical in their analysis. And at the same time, of course, we need to leave some positive scope for action, as you said, Slavina. We need to keep up the hope. We need to give people who can still change something with regard to the EU social dimension tools and energy to do just that. And I hope that today has contributed to that. So thanks to all of you for staying until the bitter end or the lovely end. Thanks also to my colleagues at ETUI, Maria and Sophie, for having organized this event together, of course, with the OSE colleagues. And as Dalila said this morning, the fact that we have this book here now in 2 languages, printed with a nice red color, it's the work of a lot of collective effort. And so thanks for that to you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, ETUI.